Well, welcome to the 2025 Osborne's Transport HQ Nationals here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Moz here with you to bring you all the action live here on Blendline TV, joined by Gary O'Brien. Gary, good morning.
Good morning. It's great to be here, Moz. First time that the Nationals have been held here at Sydney Motorsport Park since 2009. To go back a fair bit, and only once since in New South Wales, and that was at what is now known as One Raceway. It was Wakefield Park back in 2016.
Yes, 52 cars will join us here this weekend for the HQ Nationals. 2 heats each. They're going to go ahead with the Repechage, and then, of course, the 20-lap final. 52 Holden HQs around this racetrack. What a phenomenon that's going to be. I can't wait for it. And, of course, we've got some other categories here this weekend with this joining part of the Motorsport Australia Trophy Tour. Yeah,
yes, indeed. We've got the AU Championship Round 4, as well as the 2-driver Enduro Round 4 RX8 Cup production touring cars, and tomorrow on Sunday we'll have Superkarts join us. But probably the big news story is qualifying so far for the HQ Nationals.
Yes, indeed. It was Brett Osborne with pole position once again in the number 1 Osborne's Transport entry. Of course, you almost predicted at this point, 1 minute 57.6.
That is fine. It's 1.2 seconds under the lap record for HQ Holdens.
Yes, crazy stuff. If only it would count. It's not in race trim, but I think it shows us, though, that the track conditions are favourable for the HQs this morning. There's a fair bit of wind around. It is quite chilly here at Sydney Motorsport Park, but obviously that's working for the front runners, and we're going to see some fast laps in this upcoming heat.
Well, the thing, too, to remember that because Brett's been so fast, it won't necessarily translate to the races, because HQ Holden, as we well know, and slipstreaming is vital, and if you can get in a tow, there's a good chance you could actually pull your way past.
Especially down the front straight here at Sydney Motorsport Park, and the guys, it's really catching them off guard. I think it's catching out the brave, the bold, and the not so brave is turn 1 into turn 2 here at Sydney Motorsport Park. It's been the talk of town in the HQ paddock so far this weekend, and basically with these cars you just hold them flat.
You do. I've driven one of these around here. I've driven 2 of these around here in the past, and if you've got a good car, you can just have a little lift off the throttle going into turn 1, just settles the nose down a bit, stops it from pushing too far if it's got a little bit of understeer off the track. But in saying that, this morning in qualifying, the wind was across turn 1, and that could have made it a little bit tricky. It has changed direction slightly since.
Yes, you can see on the images here just now, obviously, all the HQs lining up in the marshalling area. This would be the odd-numbered cars, but you can see the flags and, of course, the trees in the background there of just how windy it is here at Sydney Motorsport Park, and particularly as they head up towards sort of turn 7 down into 8, up the hill there, you can see the wind is blowing a gale up there as well.
And there'll be a fair bit of buffering in between the cars as well, no doubt. Some of it even might be metal to metal.
Yeah, so we're eyes forward at the moment for the first heat of the weekend here for the 2025 Osborne's Transport HQ Nationals. And we're standing by for the cars to head out now. Gary, talk us through, obviously, the other categories that are happening here this weekend, just quickly before we head out, and what we're to expect in those.
Well, we've got the AU Championship, which is kicked off at Bend Motorsport Park in South Australia with 2 rounds. Then they went to Phillip Island for the access meeting. Well, there should be no access because you can't actually get in to watch them. And then up here for the final 2 rounds at Sydney Motorsport Park. It's been a good series. They're mixing of the Gen 1 and Gen 2 cars. The easiest way to tell them apart from a visual point of view is that the Gen 2 cars have a halo, Gen 1 cars don't. Gen 1 cars are powered by the Z-Tech engine turbocharged, and the Gen 2 cars by a Fiat Abarth engine turbocharged, and we're getting the warm-up light on, so they're all ready to head out, and possibly a good time to talk about who's going to take it up to Brett Osborne this weekend, because so far he has killed them in qualifying.
Well, we could only predict, I suppose, Luke Harrison, who's been the bridesmaid the last few years. He's in the 17 car, and Luke's fast as well. He's hanging there or thereabouts with Brett. And I was speaking to Brett as well. I know he's a very humble guy, but he was saying to me that, it's going to be a challenge, especially in the heats. The guys are going to give him a run for his money and so forth. So Brett is expecting a significant challenge from those front few guys, namely Luke Harrison.
Well, in saying that, I was here for Blendline in April, and we did a round of the New South Wales HQs, and it looked like Brett Osborne was going to walk away with that round, but Luke ended up winning the last race. So he may get better as the weekend progresses.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, I can't see Luke on the timing here, but I can see Jack, who's down the order there. So I might just wait for the timing to refresh slightly before we can get the order, because I'm not confident that that's accurate. It looks accurate. Here we go. So, out of pole position, of course, Brett Osborne in the number 1, Osborne's Transport entry. Then it's Matt Barker, who is on board the Osborne's Transport entry as well. He's in the 77. Dave Proglio coming out of position number 3. Ian McLean in position number 4. Glenn Deering out of 5. And he's also quick as well. Got to watch out for him this weekend. Chris Moll coming out of position number 6. Tasmanian Phil Ashland from position number 7. Local Ashton Parker rounding out the 8 there. Moving down the order now in position number 9, Wayne Potts. And rounding out the top 10, Jason Johnston.
Just out of sight of the 10 is Victorian Ken Wright with Troy Kent alongside Chris Buckley, Scott Andriski on the next row. Then it's Brock Maffey and Jake Deering making up the top 16. And we'll filter back a little bit further. Glenn Robertson, Amanda Saunders, Peter Marsh, Derek Risley, Kurt Porter, Gordon McCleary, and we've got Mark Straffen and Todd Foxnell making up 24 positions at this stage.
Yes, it doesn't end there. Peter Lynch, Jack Harrison,
and an
unknown driver on your screen.
Yeah, he might pop up a few times, actually.
Not too sure. I believe we've read all the names looking at the timing screen here, so all should be good. But Osborne, Barker, Proglio, McLean and Deering, they're your 5, all New South Welshmen.
Now, this isn't just odd numbers either, so I think what it is, it must be a mix, because Glenn Deering's out there, he's in 4, and we've got a couple others that have got even numbers as well, so I suspect that Luke Harrison will be in the next team.
Yes, I did hear there was a bit of confusion in relation to the grid. It's not the odds and evens that we have seen so far this weekend, and apparently there were some penalties thrown around and so forth as well. Which is why Jack Harrison is at the rear of the grid there. Not sure what the offence was or what the punishment was, but I can see that he's at the rear of the grid. So we're fired up. We're set for racing. The first heat of the weekend. It's the 2025 Osborne's Transport HQ Nationals, hosted by the New South Wales Club right here at Sydney Motorsport Park. And we cannot wait for this. There are some talented drivers in this field.
A couple of former national winners in Brett Osborne. Phil Ashland is another that's won the title. He won it at Hidden Valley a few years back. This is the first time that Luke Harrison finished runner-up, and he seems to be making a habit of it since.
Yeah, absolutely. I spoke to him after he got his pole position, and I said, can you do 3 from 3? And he said he'll give it a crack, of course, winning Tasmania last year and Queensland the year before that.
And one of the Deerings coming out of the pit lane too. So someone starting from pit lane, which Deering it is. Might be Glenn.
That's Jake Deering.
Jake Deering. Father and son combination cars are the same colour.
So he's starting from pit lane. His father Glenn starting out of position number 4 on the second row.
And someone's hasn't worked out where they should be starting.
That looks like Phil Ashland, who's running a new number this weekend, of course, with the number clashes in the state. So he's in the 32 Howell Automotive HQ Holden. And we can hear all the cars getting ready to go here. Right next to our commentary position, Gary. We're set to go racing here for Heat 1 of the Nationals. It's all on the line, and it all starts here right now at Sydney Motorsport Park. the two Osborne's Transport entry, your boys from the Bush Racing on the front row. Green flag in the background, and the 5-second board goes out. This is HQ Racing at its finest, and a late grid position change at the rear of the field there. We're off and racing, and a great start from Brett Osborne. Cars filtering out, trying to get the air and a gap down the side. Osborne out in front, Barker just behind. Then it's the 23 of Chris Moll. So Chris Moll's made a number of positions from the start. We can see there the number 3 car of Troy Kent from WA with a bolting run as well. So Osborne's got command of the field. Then it's Barker. Then it's the 61 car. Phil Ashland slots up into position number 4. He had it bogged down in the start just slightly. He comes around nicely.
They make their way up over the top of the tunnel. We'll get a shot of them coming down into turn 4. And we're back behind the leaders at the moment.
The correction I said before, the 61 car, it was the 81 of Ian McLean. So Ian McLean in position number 3, Phil Ashland in 4, and Mole up into 5th position. That's Chris Mole, of course, brother Jason, unable to attend this weekend, and that was the 47 of Gordon McClay, who took a knock there around turn 5. And he's out on his own. So Scott Andriski leading the mid-pack there.
Believe it or not, that Brett Osborne's already out to a half-second lead. Pretty well on for second between Barker and the McLean car. And we've got a little bit of a gap back to Ashland, and he's closely followed by Wayne Potts, who's made a pretty good start out of this as well. Then it should be Johnson, Scott Andriski, Chris Buckley up into 9th, Ken Wright in 10th position.
Yeah, Scott Andriski started further down the order, and he's moving up quite nicely. He does have Chris Buckley hot on his heels, though. Ken Wright, they're rounding out the top 10. Troy Kent, Brock Matthey, and Jack Harrison moved up from the rear of the grid. He's currently in position number 13. Keep an eye out on that
McLean in... we've lost McLean. McLean's dropping back, just crossing the start-finish line now and going very slowly. Typically, HQ, the Achilles heel is either head gaskets or gearboxes.
Not a great start for Ian McLean, but it promotes Phil Ashland up into position number 3. He has won the Nationals previously, up here from Tasmania. Promotes Chris Mole up into position 4, who I was saying Jason Mole was supposed to be here this weekend, out on track as well, but not available, and Scott Andriski has found himself stuck.
He looks like he's pulled off there. It doesn't look like he's spun off. Make it something about it. Good battle going on between the 32 and Chris Mole. They're fighting for position there. That's Ashland. His car's got a little bit more black on it than I've normally seen in the past. Phil Ashland car from Tasmania. So that's where the battle is at the moment. And already our race leader, 1.1 seconds clear. Another 1.6 seconds back to this battle that we've just been watching.
Yeah, so here comes Jack Harrison through the mid-pack. He was started at the rear of the field. He's up into position number 9 already. Look at that. And Chris Buckley challenging as well. Up in position number 8 as Harrison actually moves up into 7. Chris Buckley leading this pack here. And it's Wright and Kent. So Troy Kent from WA in the Western Australia Security Personnel entry. Brock Matthey behind him, goes wide. Chris Buckley throws up the dust.
And now we can see it's Mole making a move on Ashland as they come down the straight. The slipstream now working, puts him through into 3rd position.
Yeah, Ashland's going to hold on there on the outside, though, up into turn 2. He ain't going to give away the position too easily. Ashland, he's a tough competitor, and any HQ he's driving is about 12 metres wide. You can see Scott Andriski stuck on the inside there. So dramas for the 44 Mad Trim Earth moving entry. He's out of the race. Looks like he has been unable to get himself moving. But what a great battle here between Phil Ashland and Chris Mole, as Mole looks to have another dive.
Could easily see that the slipstream on the main straight is working. It's allowed Chris to get alongside him, get in front a little bit, but to his credit, Phil fought back around the outside basically to get that position back by the time they emerged out of turn 2.
Yeah, Brett Osborne, as you were saying before, Gary, is now over 2 seconds in front of Matt Barker. And Phil Ashland about close to 5 seconds back, 4.7 to be exact. So Ashland 4.7 seconds back from second position. And it's a battle for the final step of the podium. And Heat 1 here at the Osborne's Transport 2025 HQ Nationals. Have a look at Jack Harrison, though. The number 73 up from rear of the grid to position number 7. That's a drive and a half as Brock Matthey goes drifting in a HQ Holden.
Yeah, I bet they were drifting in Queensland this weekend. Another interesting battle going on between Wayne Potts and Jason Johnson. And they're just up the road from where Jack Harrison is at the moment. And he, as you said, he is on a charge. Another one slowing as they come out of turn 10 and 11. Was that the 13?
Yeah, so out of 10. Troy Kent just had some dramas there as well, and you can see him going slow, just out of frame at the moment, but coming down the main straight as we complete the third lap.
Another change of position. Johnson's just got ahead of Potts, did the slipstream trick, and now Potts comes back at him as they come down to turn 2. Not quite close enough to get it done, and in the background behind him is Jack Harrison. Now, can Potts get up on the inside? Unfortunately, when you go up the inside, you've got nowhere to go because the next corner is a right-hander and the next one after that's also a right-hander. So you're left out in the wilderness a little bit there. Now he's going to have a shot down the inside as they come down to turn 4. But again, on the wrong side as we go to 5.
Yes, we can see Troy Kent from Western Australia, the number 3 Western Australia security personnel car, had dramas, and he's now entered pit lane. So unfortunate for him, as we've got battles right throughout this field. 50% race distance done, 2.5 laps remaining. Brett Osborne out front by 1.7 seconds. So did he have a moment here? Because Barker now just 1.7 seconds behind. As we can see a car go off wide on the grass there at the exit of turn 7.
It wasn't Chris Mole, was it?
I couldn't quite see which car it was.
Chris is there still, and still behind Phil Ashland. But this is a 3-way battle now for position. Johnson, Potts and Harrison. And Harrison's been on a charge from the very start.
We can see Peter Marsh has entered pit lane as well. So Marsh out of this race from Western Australia. They call him Marshy. And here we go. The penultimate lap of this heat. Brett Osborne, 1.6 seconds out in front now. So Matt Barker closing that gap. Mole goes a long way around on the outside. Does he have a stab at Phil Ashland now for the final step on the podium? Ashland is probably one of the most, I mean this in the most polite way possible, one of the most stubborn HQ race car drivers you could ever come across, and you can see why. He will not give up a position as Scott Andruski's got front row seats to the action. Chris Mole from New South Wales right behind, home track advantage. He knows where to pass here. And do we see a lineup for turn 8 perhaps?
He's been out of state championship for most of this season, so it's a bit of a comeback for Chris Mole at the moment. Command Digital HQ Holden driver, and trying his best to get past Phil Ashland, hasn't been able to do it. And I think in the background you'll find that Jack Harrison's passed both Potts and Johnston to be in position 5. What a phenomenal drive from the back of the grid.
Yeah, absolutely. Now back up the front of the grid, though. The gap's diminishing, 1.2 seconds. Barker to Osborne, so we'll get shots of that battle soon. But Mole's looking to have a look at the dive here. So turn 8. Mole wasn't quite far enough up to get it done. No, was that turn 8? Yes, it was.
Now, look for him on the straight. Now, we've seen Chris Moll get out of the final corner well in the past, and can he slipstream his way past before they get to the checkered flag? We're about to find out. He might be just a little bit far back, but he moves right in close.
Yeah, a bit of a mistake from Ashland there, and Moll's pounced on the opportunity. Does he get the toe down the straight and make a move here at turn 1 once again? Bit of do-si-do between these two. Osborne, Barker, Ashland fighting for the final step on the podium here. We're on the last lap of this race. So can he hold on for another few kilometres of racing? Chris Moll charging on. Does he do a little duck and weave here up into turn 2? I don't think he's far enough up here, Gary.
I think he's got the margin on him at this stage. Although Chris has been pretty good under brakes. And he does bring that gap down now. Phil's just got to cover his line, which he does. He gets out of that double apex turn 2, heads up to 3, just in front of Chris Moll, and that gap, if anything, is 2 car lengths now, where it was less than 1 before. Now, how far behind is Jack Harrison? He's 4 seconds adrift of these 2.
What a drive from Jack Harrison. We see dramas for the 41, I think it was. Just missed it. As we're looking at the schedule to see which race was coming up next. But it looks like Ashland settled the debate with Chris Moll. As he looks to get the gap.
I guess now look at the gap between the 2 Osborne transport cars. Nothing in it. I think it's just for a formation finish, if nothing else.
Yeah, indeed. So 0.7 of a second separates the 2. It's Brett Osborne and Matt Barker coming around for the final time in Heat 1 of the 2025 Nationals, and racing has started. We're absolutely here for it. We cannot wait for the rest of the weekend. And if you think this is cool, just you wait for 52 cars around this Sydney Motorsport Park circuit as Brett Osborne comes down the Brabham Straight for the final lap here at Sydney Motorsport Park in Heat 1. And he's off to a clean sweep from pole position, lights to flag victory. Brett Osborne claims it first. Matt Barker brings it home for 7. The battle's not sorted for 3rd. That's almost a photo finish, Gary, and it's Phil Ashland who got there in the end. So Matt Barker for 2nd. Phil Ashland got it home in 3rd by a nose cone.
Just under a 1/10 of a second between 3rd and 4th. And as you said, Harrison in 5th. What a drive. And then Johnson got ahead of Potts again. I beg your pardon, Potts got ahead of Johnson after they swapped a couple of times. Kenny Wright was in 8th position, Chris Buckley 9th, and Robinson in 10th. Maffey, we seen had a little bit of drama, but still come home in a pretty good position in 11th.
Drifted to 11th position.
Possibly, yeah.
Pun intended.
Yeah.
Then it was Lynch in 12th. Amanda Saunders brought it home in 13th. Todd Faulknell crosses the line for 15th. Mark Strachan is next in queue, but fighting there with Derek Risley. Mark Strachan wins the chocolates for 16th. Derek Risley brings it home for 17th. Gordon McClay, early dramas, 18th, and unfortunate for Ian McLean, who was on the final step of the podium. Clean and easy there, and looks like here he comes now, just skipping it around to try and get some points for the round.
He won't get points. He will be considered a non-finisher. 4 laps completed.
Yes, you're correct. Gee, you've got a good eye in here, Gary, but he's going to come across the line nonetheless. Ian McLean, Troy Kent and Peter Marsh, both from WA, had dramas, but completed more laps, rounding out in 20th and 21st. Kirk Porter, dramas once more. There he is on screen now. Kirk Porter, that's not where you want to be on your first heat of the Nationals weekend. No. From Gladstone in Queensland.
It's a long Western way to come for 1 or 2 laps, isn't it?
Indeed. So the Western Truck Group 38 HQ Holden of Kirk Porter, and you can see dramas for him. So DNFs classified for Kirk Porter, Peter Marsh, Scott Andruski, Jake Deering, Dave Proglio and Glenn Deering have DNSs next to their name.
Yeah, well, it looks like we'll have another 25 or 6 cars out for heat number 2 later on.
Yes, but plenty more to come this weekend on Blendline TV. Make sure you stay tuned to the YouTube live stream and Facebook as well. Share it with your friends as we take a short break for the production touring cars up next. and then we'll be back for the second heat of the 2025 Osborne's Transport HQ Nationals. This is Blendline TV. We're live once again for the 2025 Osborne's Transport HQ Nationals, and we're here for Heat 2 of the Holden HQs as they head out on track, get those tyres warmed up, ready to go for their first heat of the weekend. Gary O'Brien joins me once more. Let's go through your field. It's Luke Harrison from pole position on this one.
Yeah, and it should be John Baxter alongside him, we think. So you're not seeing another Osborne Transport HQ repeat. It is the third car in those colours for the weekend. And on the second row, Jared Harbour and Michael Howlett. Jared Harbour finished third in the Nationals last year. Seth Maffey and Darren Parker on row 3. Pedro Maruzic and Darren Jenkins on the fourth row.
Yeah, moving on down, rounding out your top 10 is Warren Truant and Joe Andriski. And then your sixth row will be Darryl Crouch and Mark Baxter. Row 7, Daniel Gowdry and Ty Gray, Lee Lovering and John Mahoney rounding out the 8th row.
Behind them we go back to Kane Robertson, Adam Leach, Dave Kent, Wayne Nichols makes up position 20, Lauren Marsh, Peter Anderson, Jeff Norman and Brendan Healy in position 24. And
finally, Brett Simpson and Wayne Healy will round out the field. The two HQ Extra hands-on first aid entries of the Healy father and son combination. That's Wayne and Brendan.
And Wayne wouldn't be very happy at being behind his son either, I wouldn't imagine.
No, these days he's more here for his son rather than himself, but I suppose when he puts that helmet on, he wants to go racing.
It's a whole different story, isn't it?
But yeah, they've had some significant gremlins with their car this weekend so far, in practice yesterday and qualifying this morning. So I was actually up on the roof here at Sydney Motorsport Park for qualifying, and I had Wayne yelling up to me, "Where's Brendan?" Because we couldn't find him anywhere on the track, so he went a bit missing in action. But unfortunate, but a quick New South Welshman, Luke Harrison, is going to start this one from pole position. The first heat for this group this weekend, of course the second of the day, and we're going to get another one each group today.
Yeah, and the grids will be jumbled up again for that. So we actually might see the three Osborne Transport vehicles into one field, or we may not. It just depends how they work it. I'm not sure how they do it. They usually have A, B, C, D listing, and then they mix and match throughout the course to lead up to the final, which is on tomorrow afternoon. Actually, speaking of HQ Extra, that is a place for a national sort of look at what's happening in HQ Holden's, and Chris Buckley is also part of that group. So basically, there's 3 HQ Extra cars here this weekend.
Yeah, essentially there is, as we get set to grid up for the second heat. And I tell you what, Osborne's Transport, they're everywhere on track, but they're also everywhere off track this weekend because they are the major sponsor of the event. And without the support of the sponsors, we simply don't get to do a Nationals every year, so it's very much appreciated. Of course, Osborne's Transport based out at Muswellbrook in New South Wales here. And
strong supporters of the state championship as well.
Indeed they are, yes. They love their HQs, Ray Osborne and of course Brett as well.
Of course, Brett has been doing Aussie racing cars on the odd occasion, so he's missed some HQ racing, but certainly wasn't going to miss out on running at the Nationals, and a chance to go the trifecta and take his winning amount to 5.
Indeed. Well, here we go. We're set to go racing. Luke Harrison, who likes the nickname a Little Dog. He's 25 years old from Pitttown, New South Wales, and he's the bridesmaid in the National Championship the last few years, but he starts this heat from pole position. Gary, we're about to go racing. This one, with the talent in this field, is going to be exciting as the green flag waves in the back. The 5-second board goes out, which means the lights go on, the noise comes up, and here we go. What a launch from Baxter on the outside there of Luke Harrison. A couple of launches further back the field, making their way up. There's a couple of cars coming down the inside, nice and hot there. Baxter, once again, as I said, a very good start. And he's alongside Luke Harrison into turn 2. Then it's Jared Harbour. Here we go, we're going 3 wide into turn 2. Jared Harbour doesn't want to take the risk. Harrison on the inside, Baxter on the outside. might actually cost Harbour in the end if he could have kept his foot flat. Look at the grid of Holden HQs just coming around turn 2 there into 3. Up the hill now.
So far as well.
So far, so good. There's plenty of racing to come here this weekend, Gary, so we want to keep the cars clean, and the New South Wales Club President, Darren Parker, has been very strong on that point. So
don't blame him.
as we see Joe Andriski go up the inside there.
That's Petro Maruzic. Doesn't come out that often these days, but always for the big meetings you'll see that number 30 red Holden there somewhere. Further back behind him, there's plenty of action as you can see. Oh, a bit of lock-up and break of one of the Queensland cars there going through turn 6. That's Mark Baxter in the number 80 going up the hill.
Here we go, back to the front now. So Luke Harrison in the 17 Sanity Engineering entry. John Baxter just behind in the Osborne's Transport. Then it's Harbour, Seth Matthew from Queensland as well. This is his first Interstate Nationals as we see a bit of a bump on the 72. Harvey's towing entry of Ty Gray. Bit of drifting going on in that corner so far this weekend, Gary.
Yeah, certainly. Fifth position at the moment is Michael Hallett, all the way from Western Australia. Darren Parker behind him. Then it's Truan from Victoria. Matt Maruzic, as we said, he's in position 8, and Joe Andriski 9th, and it's Darryl Crouch in 10th position at the moment.
There's a bit of dramas there for Daniel Gowdry on the exit of turn 11. But it looks like he's back on track now. A car further back in the field that's gone a bit wide and dropped the wheel. Now the top 3 are shooting off here. Speaking of Darren Parker, the President of New South Wales, he's on screen now in the 26 Skyzer entry. He's under attack from Michael Howlett in the number 7. Parker has the inside line here. Yes. Very experienced operator, particularly around this circuit. Obviously, when the other track... previously Wakefield, now One Raceway, was under construction. This was the only track they had in New South Wales for their state championship.
Yeah, and he is a former state championship winner as well. So got the points on the board. But here's our top 3, and they've sort of moved away a little bit. And 2 of those guys in that top 3 finished in the top 3 last year in the Nationals held in Tasmania. So they've got credentials. Jared Harbour, a couple of years ago, would not have been in the top 20 of any field, but boy, has he come on strong with some great results. And obviously the more laps he does, the quicker he gets. That's the green car. He's currently running in 3rd position.
Ty Gray under a bit of pressure here from Wayne Healy. So the Harvey's towing and HQ extra entries going at it. They're fighting at the back of the field there for 12. Positions 12 and 13.
Yeah, Ty Gray does a bit of Gemini racing too, doesn't he?
No, mainly just HQs, but he's getting a bit sideways there down into turn 8.
That's twice.
But, twice now. So obviously possibly a braking issue going on there. But HQs, but he's more into his rugby league these days, and he spends a fair bit of time on that. He plays in A-grade games and all that, so he does pretty well for himself in that sport, but dabbles in the HQ every now and then, and has come down to Sydney in the Harvey's towing entry. As we see Wayne Nichols, yes.
Kane Anderson having a good battle there. They're fighting currently for 17th and 18th. So the battle's going all the way down the field. We see that, and as Harbour gets under Baxter through turn 1, moves himself up into 2nd position in the 202. Aptly named number, I believe.
Yes, absolutely. Of course, the 202 blocks in the HQ Holdens, but Baxter's responding. Off goes Harbour, the Equity Views Constructions entry, who have also been great supporters of this event. And Harbour's father, Jeff Harbour, has been instrumental in putting this event together alongside Darren Parker, so we couldn't have done it without their support. But look at this, Baxter absolutely responding hard and charging after Jared Harbour here in the 202. And
well, that little scrap has allowed Harrison to get away. He's out to almost 9/10 of a second in front. And then there's a fair gap behind him to Maffey in 4th position. That's 3.1 seconds. He's got Parker almost behind him. Howlett, then it's Maruzic, Truan, Andriski and Crouch in 10th position. Looking back, it looks like we're just a bit confused because they've put a whole entry list of everyone on the timing, and we've only got actually 25 cars running. The others all ran in Heat 1, so just a little bit of confusion from our point of view. So excuse us if we see someone that's not performing. It's because they're not out there.
Yeah, so we're 50% of the race through now. And as you alluded to, Gary, Luke Harrison has put a 1.5 second gap out onto Jared Harbour. And then there's a few seconds back to Seth Matthew in 4th position, who's now falling under significant pressure from Parker, Howlett and Marusik. And you'll see that battle for 4th position, that's going to start forming up nicely in the next couple of laps. And look at this down the front straight, side by side. Baxter responds, a little bit of a bump wide. Harbour on the inside line here. Jared Harbour, John Baxter, who goes the long way around, all the way around the outside, just holds the foot flat on the fun pedal and says, I'll take that 2nd position back, thank you very much. And he does so very emphatically. John Baxter back into 2nd position on board the 51 Osborne's Transport entry. Now, which way do you look, the windscreen or the rear view mirror? Because whichever decision you make, I think Luke Harrison's taking the benefit from that.
I think he'd be just looking at consolidating 2nd. It is only Heat 2. There's a long way to go, and realistically, you gather your points from all your starts, and is basically where you start the final. So you can always come back and fight harder in the next heat. And you don't know who you're going to be against in the next heat until well, they probably worked it out, but we don't know. And so from that point of view, I'd be just happy to sit in 2nd position if I was John Baxter.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm not sure Jared Harbour's going to be willing to do the same and just sit there in 3rd. No. He's a young gun, but he does have a level head about him. He's obviously got a very, very nice car, and it looks the part too this weekend. Don't these cars just look spectacular?
They've certainly done some good work on them. Now we've got a battle coming on here, the 67. This is Marsh and Norman fighting over 19th and 20th.
Yeah, Jeff Norman from Queensland on board the 84. He's in his rookie season and doing his first interstate nationals in the rookie season, so credit to him. And he's actually been doing quite well. New motor in that car as well for this weekend.
And they've got Kent in behind them at this stage. But this is all for points that'll get you somewhere on the starting grid for the finale.
On screen now we got Joe Andruski. No, it wasn't. That was the 67 again of Marsh. My apologies. So Marsh and Norman still going at it. Norman looks to have a dive on the inside, gets it done. So it's going to be a horsepowered race down the Brabham straight to complete lap 4.
Probably a good time to point out too that generally speaking these days most races are time certain, but with HQ Holdens this weekend they're 6-lap heats followed by the 20-lap final.
I don't want to be biased or anything, but I reckon we're the main event here this weekend as well.
Well, so it is the HQ Nationals.
The, track time.
Exactly.
So we've got the number 12 here of Wayne Nichols from Tasmania battling with Robinson, who makes a dive up the inside into turn 2. Now, Wayne Nichols did tell me that was a sticking point for him, that corner. He was going too wide, and he's done that just there, allowed Robinson up the inside.
It does have a double apex, and it can be attacked in different ways. So if you're not familiar with it, that's quite possible.
Well, Nichols responds, though, and says, I'll take the inside of 6, thank you very much.
Yeah, but it puts him on the outside for turn 5, from 4 to 5. And certainly the number 12's not going to, or number 93 is not going to give him much room out there to try and get a job done. Down to 6.
I was a couple of corners ahead of myself there.
Well, you got it right. He did get in front of him at 6. He just preempted it.
Here we go. Darren Parker alongside Seth Matthew. The battle for 4th position continues. That ain't going to be over till the checkered flag. Matthew goes wide. Parker on the inside. He knows this track back to front. And the final corner, Parker goes on the inside of Seth Matthew. Up into 4th position, relegating Matthew into 5th. Now it becomes a drag race down the Brabham straight into turn 1.
Was Howlett got a bit of a rub going through that turn 11?
Yeah, possibly. He's fallen back a couple of positions. He's under pressure here from Marusik and Drisky and Truan in the middle there as well. So Seth Matthew goes all the way through, just holds it flat once again. He was brave through turn one. He slots himself back into fourth position, but Pedro Marusic on the outside. He wants to ticket to that show as well. So displaces Darren Parker a further position. Then Truan and Andriski battling further back with Howlett trying to regain some positions.
Yeah, he just got a bit of a touch-up coming out of turn 11, and I think it might have just lost a bit of momentum on the charge down the straight. Still more battles going on here. The 82.
That's John Marnie from Victoria, the president of Victoria.
And Leach, one of the locals, is ahead of him as they head up over the tunnel.
So we're on the final lap here, Gary, and Luke Harrison still out in front by half a second. That top three battle has closed significantly. I don't know whether they're just having fun here or not, but it's John Baxter in position number 2, Jared Harbour in third, as we come around turn 8 for the final time in this heat. And Luke Harrison 6/10 now, so he's moving and grooving. He wants that win. He doesn't want to be known as the bridesmaid anymore. He wants to have a really good crack at this Nationals, particularly it's on home ground.
Yeah, interesting too that the top three are the only three in the field that have gone under 2-minute laps here in this race.
Yeah, absolutely. Fastest lap of a 1 minute 59.45 down the Brabham Straight for the final time to complete Heat 2 of the 2025 Osborne's Transport HQ Nationals, and it will be single file finish for Luke Harrison in the lead. John Baxter in position number 2. Jared Harbour brings it for third. We must have had dramas for Seth Matthew. No, he's on the inside here, blocking Pedro Carusi as he comes down. Headlights flashing. That's a photo finish, but it was Seth Matthew who claimed fourth position. Pedro Marusic finishes top 5. Darren Parker relegated into position 6. Andriski won the chocolates out of the Truan battle for position number 7. Warren Truan takes home position number 8. Michael Howlett falls a couple of positions to number 9, and Crouch rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, Mark Baxter in 11th. Wayne Healy got up to 12th from the back of the field. That's a pretty good run. Ty Gray, the next one through, followed by Gauchi, Leach, Mahoney. There should be Kane Robertson, the next one across the line ahead of Nichols. They had a great battle throughout. Then it's Norman, followed by Marsh. Lee Lovering would be the next one through, followed by Anderson, Simpson, and maybe I think Brandon Healy may have had a drama. Although, he's down showing has only completed 4 laps, so some sort of drama there for him. It's a bit unfortunate. So we've got to now work out who will be in the next 2 heats, who's lining up against who. Well,
lucky we're just the commentators, Gary, and we don't have to do that. That's up to race control. But what a start to a Saturday morning here at a very windy and chilly Sydney Motorsport Park. Both heats had fantastic racing, great battles, particularly in the mid-pack. That's always where we see the exciting action here at the HQ Nationals. And we've got a further 2 heats coming up later this afternoon, which we cannot wait for.
Yeah, the interesting thing, I think all 3 Osborne Transport HQ drivers, they're in the mix for sure. Certainly both Harrisons are in the mix, and also Jared Harvey. So that group, you'd think, would be the ones that we've got to keep an eye on.
Yes, and they certainly have been the precedent at the last few Nationals in Queensland and Tasmania. So no doubt on home soil they're going to be guns blazing. So for our Blendline viewers who are watching at home on break trackside here at the moment until about 12:50, Gary will be back to bring you all the RX8 Cup action before I return to bring you the third heat of the HQs later this afternoon, little after 1:30. This is Blendline TV. Thank you for tuning in to our coverage. Make sure you come back around 1 o'clock for the RX8 Cup.
Well, it's a big afternoon here at Sydney Motorsport Park for Blendline viewers. Coming up right now is the RX8 Cup, round 4 of the series, brought to you by Scott Property Group. And this is a 20-minute sprint race for driver A in what is a 2-driver event. Later on this afternoon there will be a 2-driver 50-minute race, and it's be followed tomorrow by driver B with a sprint race, and then another of the 50-minute races. This afternoon also for Blendline TV viewers, we'll have AU4 Championship round 4 race 1. More action from the HQ Holdens, and of course the RX8 Cup 50-minute race to finish off the day. So this is, as I said, the driver A. We've got Stian Creel on pole, John Bauer alongside, then it's Grant Bay, Rob Scott who leads the series, Stephen King, Aaron Hills, Jack Childs and Jackson Noakes in 8th position. Then it's Tom Donoghue, Jack Lauer, David Murphy, Glenn Gamble, David Grice, Bailey Scott, Maisie Place and John Freeland make up the top 16. And then to complete the field, Manaf Prasad, Jackie Wazir, Mark Wilkes and Gary Lauer out of position 20. They were the qualifiers from the A section, or the A drivers. John Bauer making a return. He has raced in this series in the past, and there's quite a few past performers racing we'll see in the 2-driver event and in driver B making appearances this weekend. Currently the series, as I mentioned, is being led by Scott, and he has a 16-point lead over Noakes, with Creel in 3rd. Bray is 4th. Then it's Hills, Donoghue, King, Bailey Scott, Gamble and Easy Place 10th at the moment. We'll come down and form up. And series has been running interstate in previous rounds. The first round was at Phillip Island in early March. The second round at Winton Motor Raceway in May. And Sydney Motorsport Park had their single day night meeting on June 21, which the RX8 Cup were part of. So far, Stian Creel has been the winner of 2 rounds. The first round where he won all 4 races. He won 3 of the 4 races second round, and only 2 races and 2 DNFs at the 3rd round, hence why he's not leading. Green flag shown at the back. We're about to get underway in this, the first outing for the weekend in race form. And away they go, and it looks like Creel's got a better start and will lead from Bow as they go down towards turn 1. Although it looks like it may be Bray or Scott that's moved up on the inside. It is Scott actually, who could take 2nd position as they head down towards turn 2. They fan out as usual. Bit of a brake lock up from someone towards the back there. A bit of touching going on as we can see car 30 getting all out of shape. That's Stephen King, and that's allowed Creel to skip away a little bit out in front. Actually, Creel and Scott have been the 2 that have clicked away just enough off the start. Down towards turn 5. Through 5 they go. Number 73 on shot there in 5th position, Hills. And already we've got 2 lots of 2 at this stage, with Creel and Scott out in front. Then it's Bow and King. And then Hills. Then followed by Jack Lauer, who heads a big group of cars all locked in together. even after saying all that, that gap between second and third has tightened up again. So come around to complete the first lap. As I said, 20 minutes from pit exit, so 13 and a half minutes has already expired. So get down to the start finish line. They fan out again. Creel, Scott, Bow not keen on getting the toe there. Hills in fourth, King back to fifth, so he's dropped a spot. Then it's Jack Lauer in sixth position. And already more action there as Hills tries to go around the outside and does so. Takes that spot away from Bow back to fourth position. They crest the tunnel, come down to turn 4. And it's still Stian Creel, the South African, out in front. Followed by Scott, points leader. Then it'll be Hills in third in the 73. Bow, King and Lauer the next group. Bray, Murphy, Noakes and Chills round out the top 10. So Noakes a little bit further back than what we would have liked. Currently second in the series. And even though there's a group towards the back there putting on a fairly big show, car 24 there, Murphy, who we've seen in Super 3, even a couple of Super 2 runs, I think, from memory. Super 3 certainly, and V8 touring cars. And Noakes has dropped to further spots. He's back to 11th now, so there was something we haven't seen there. So 99, Charles chasing Murphy. Bailey Scott 10th. Donahue in 12th. So come around to complete the second lap. And the top three's nothing in it at the moment. With Creel still in front, Scott second, Hills third, Bow in fourth. And probably the most intense battle is one here between Murphy and Charles. And a bit of a touch-up around the outside at 44, gets in all sorts of trouble. Bailey Scott and loops it at turn 2. There's a little bit of a touch between the two of them as he tried to go down the outside. It wasn't going to work out. It didn't impede Charles, he continues. And Scott falls all the way back down to what will be almost the rear of the grid. That's Tom Donahue in the 69 through turn 6. He's been chased by Noakes and Grice. And there's a repeat of what happened down to turn 2 with the young Bailey Scott going around. Meanwhile, battles continue as Charles tries to go around the outside of Murphy at turn 8 and not being able to pull it off. Just behind them will be Donahue. Noakes, again, lucky he's picked up position because of Bailey Scott going off. So they come through that corner. So the battles continue on. So Creel leads, but the battle is on. It's very tight up the front. Top 4, Bowkite trying to go around the outside of Hills. And that lead group has increased somewhat with Lauer and Bray joining in that group. now in the number 8 car, goes through there just ahead of Hill. So he's moved back to 3rd position. Then it's Lauer in the 83. Bray follows in the 18. And then it's a gap back to Murphy, Charles and Donahue, who we've seen earlier. But certainly this top group are really going hard at it. Scott attempts now to try and fend off Bow. Does so. Bow tried to go down the outside of him towards turn 9. Hill's the next one through. Then it's Lauer, Bray. That's an interesting tussle up the front at this stage, and these are the ones that are fighting for points. The B drivers don't get points, but they'll certainly be instrumental in how the final outcome of the Enduros goes. And Creel continues to lead. Had quite a few wins in the series. They generally have 4 races a weekend. He's won 9 out of the 12 so far, even though he doesn't lead the series. So being consistent does certainly pay off at the moment. Just 9/10 of a second covers the top 3, and as you can see, there's only 1.5 seconds covering the top 6. And even though there's a 7th one in contention there as well. So to go down through turn 6 now again. And it's still Creel, the race leader. About 7 minutes or just under left of this race to go. Scott in second, then it's Bow. And he's actually just drops off fractionally there, but soon picks it up under brakes. And I guess the scenario with cars that are all the same is to try and get that slipstream working down the straight. And if anything there, there's a couple of car lengths between 3rd and 4th. And whoa, touch Bow into Scott. And something's come off one of them. Just a slight touch. And more action going on as someone went a bit wide. Maybe seen something going on for I'm getting out of this. In the meantime, Creel's decided he wants to get away from this altogether. And Bow's come out the worst of this. He's dropped back several spots. Now back to what is effectively 6th position, although he might get back to 5th. But I think once he did have that little touch-up, he checked up straight away. And that's what's cost him momentum on the straight. And it allows a little bit of change in the order. Now Lau's the one that's, well, he's been the benefit. He's picked up a spot. Bowing 5th, King, Bray make up that group of 7. Murphy still leads Charles and Donahue for 8th, 9th and 10th. Noakes and Grice just in behind him. A little bit of a gap then to place. Wazir's picked up several spots from the back of the field up to 14th. Gamble's the next one, followed by Bailey Scott, who's already managed to salvage a couple of spots after his little spin down turn 2. And that's Gamble on the outside of Wazir. So Wazir trying to make further progress. And running down the outside of them would be Bailey Scott by the look of it in 44. Followed by Freeland. Another lap completed. So Creel still leads the way from Scott, Hills, Lauer, Bow, King, Bray in 7th. And just looking at Murphy, Charles and Donahue. So Murphy and Charles have actually got a little bit of a gap. And Noakes and Grice in the background. Now Charles tries to go around the outside. Can he stick there? And they will rub panels in a bid to do it. And I think he's actually made the move work. Has to be on the inside going into turn 4. Although that doesn't completely get him out of trouble unless he can get a car length in front, which he just does. So he's on the right side of the track now for 5. And he's getting a helping hand there from Murphy, and hasn't done him a world of good because Grice almost moved up on the Donahue almost moved up on the inside of him. And then we get Murphy runs wide out of turn 6, recovers, but he'll lose positions out of that, drops back a couple of spots. That battle's been resolved with Charles now ahead in 8th position. So the clock starts to wind down on this one. We've got 2.5 minutes and a little bit more to go. And we're looking at Bow and Bray coming through turn 10, and problems here for the 25. That's Gamble. Turn 5 for him. I think he's the only one, or the entry had him as the only one doing the enduro races on his own, unless he's been brought someone in late. He'll be a fairly tired boy by the end of the weekend. So Bray comes through turn 2, followed by King. And if anything, Creel's actually started to skip away a little bit. It's 1.5 seconds ahead of Hills. It took a while to clear the bunch, you might say, to get that bit of a break. He's finally been able to do it. So it's Deanne Creel in front from Robert Scott in second. Then it's Aaron Hills with Jack Lauer, the next one. John Bow in 5th position. We go back to Grant Bray, who started out of 3rd, but now currently sits in 6th. Stephen King in 7th. Jack Childs, Tom Donahue, and Jackson Noakes in 10th place. A beneficiary of 2 offs, one by Bailey Scott and one by David Murphy. So Maisie Place into 11th position, David Grice in 12th, John Freeland in 13th position, and 14th, as we said before, is Zaki Wazer. Now came down, and I think we're getting the last lap board out for now, and you can see Creel's clear. Main battle at this stage will be between Scott and Hills, and further back between Bray and King for what could be position 6. They're the only ones to be decided, well, unless Bow can do something about getting past Jack Lauer. Said the first of 4 races. The second race later this afternoon will be a 2-driver 50-minute race. Mandatory pit stop, of course, of at least 2 minutes duration, line to line. That means pit entry to pit exit. And if you fall outside that or fall inside that 2 minutes, you'll be penalised. So we're on the way home in the first race, and Lau got a bit out of whack coming out of turn 6. Ran a bit sideways, but has got it back in front of Bow, who makes a final attempt at turn 8 to get past. And in the meantime, there's still plenty going on behind there as well, as King and Bray go at it for fighting position. Here's our leader, Stian Creel, in the number 22 RX8 Cup machine and brings it out on the straight to start his round 4 off in great style. We'll get to the line. He's blown that lead out to well over 3 seconds. Bit of weaving going on to break that toe as Robert Scott holds off Aaron Hills for second. Jack Lau will hold off John Power for 5th position. And King did get past Bray to take 6th position. Charles, Donahue and Noakes will be the next 3. That gap is blown out just slightly between those 3. Maisie Place in 11th, Grice in 12th, Breland the next one through. So, as I said, they'll be out later today for their next race, which completes the program today, and it will be the last thing we'll see on Blendline TV today. Next will be AU4, then the HQ Holdens will out, and unfortunately for Glenn Gamble between turns 5 and 6, a DNF for him. Not a good way to start a meeting off, considering there's a enduro coming up later today. Let's hope it's nothing terminal and he'll be able to get himself out there. Coming up next will be AU4 Australian Formula 4 Championship, round 4. And until that starts, we'll take a quick break.
Good spot here, it's nice and cosy.
Yeah. It's funny, they, a couple of weeks back, they had this event. They said, where do you want to go, Goulburn or here? I'm like, no, I'll go to Sydney. It's just an easier drive for me. I don't mind Goulburn. Yeah. Anyways, then like a couple of days ago, they're like, oh, any chance you can go to Goulburn? Nope. They're freezing. I was texting the boys there. Yeah. They said, is that cold up there?
Yeah, I imagine it would be.
Oh, sorry.
do you want to get some photos? And so I sent them off to him, and then he sent them off to Auto Action, so I've got a page in the Auto Action of my photos.
This is round 4 of the Motorsport Australia AU4 Championship here at Sydney Motorsport Park. First time this year that they've raced here. Previously, rounds were at the Bend Motorsport Park in South Australia for the first and second rounds, and then at Phillip Island's access meeting for round 3. It's been a progression championship to possibly Formula Regional and further up the ranks, Formula 3, Formula 2, and for those who aspire and have the ability, Formula 1, and the money, of course, to go with it. But having a Formula 4 championship in Australia precludes having to send aspiring karters and teenagers overseas to race in Spain or England or Italy or France. They can do it all here and then make that progression, because AU4, or Formula 4 as it probably better known overseas, is a international category that is recognised in all countries that compete in it. So we have a field of 15 cars here, made up of Gen 2 and Gen 1 cars. Gen 2 cars will be near the front of the field. Easy to spot the difference. The Gen 2 cars have the halo, the Gen 1 cars don't. And you'll see most of the cars at the front are Gen 2 cars, powered by the Fiat up-aft turbocharged engines, whereas the in the Tatis chassis, while the McGill chassis Gen 1 cars are powered by a Z-Tech turbocharged engine. And they take the international grid stance where it's staggered. So the lead car is on its own out the front, and that lead car is Noah Killen for AGI Sport, with Isaac McNeil in the Valenti Rosso Motorsport entry on the second row. So we're going to go green. We won't get a grid sheet as such, but it's Killen on pole, and one hasn't moved. One is stalled completely at the start, but it's Killen who will lead McNeil first time down through turn 1. That car did get going, but it's dropped some spots. And it's on, the battle's on for the front as McNeil tried to go around the outside of Killen into turn 1. They're already opened up a little bit of a gap on Harrison Dusk in third for Tim Macro Racing. And McNeil's got pace to burn at the moment. He's going to go around the outside of turn 1, set himself up for turn 2, takes the lead on the opening lap on cold tyres, gets the front running. We had a delay because of the amount of oil on the track, and you can see the cement dust still down there, so they all have to be fairly wary the opening time around, and you can see they've got the oil flags out there out of turn 7 down to turn 8. But what a great opening lap from Isaac McNeil to get himself to the lead of the race, with Noah Killen in second, Harrison Dusk in third. And it was Nathan Gotch in fourth, but he's just lost out to Brock Burton in that position. Leading the Gen 1 cars is the car of Andrew Fitzpatrick now, and we've had a spinner up the top of the track. One's gone around there, only caught the end of that. First 3 go through. So it's McNeil leading, Killen, Dusk in third place. Then it's Burton, Gotch, Fitzpatrick, who I was going to mention from Gen 1. Now, this is the first time that Jensen Marold has not been at the front of Gen 1. He's qualified fastest, and that's car 21 that stopped. That's Chloe Lane in a Gen 1 car, unfortunately. So Jensen Marold has been fastest in every qualifying session, every race to now, and for the first time has been beaten by Andrew Fitzpatrick, and we've gone to safety car. And just as she's got going again. So there you go. So it'll be a quick safety car. One lap after this one will be behind the safety car. And you can see there's quite an oil trail there, but certainly Isaac McNeil got the best start. Well, got a great start, or a great half lap to get the lead off Noah Killen. Harrison Duskin first. Third, Brock Burton sits in fourth position. And Nathan Gotch for AGI Sport in fifth. Then it's Andrew Fitzpatrick, the first of the Gen 1 cars. He leads AGI's Jensen Marold. Then we've got in the next position Cohen Kokotovic, followed by Georgia Morgan. Then it's Kobe Wilson. Then Diego Stewart. Jesse James Samuels. Xavier Barrage Rock. Jamie Lee Sue. And Chloe's managed to get herself going. So we've got a replay of that quick incident. Yeah, we just caught the end of it. Whether there was contact there, it looked like there could have been a little bit of contact in that. Because the car rim out of the corner. And Hoke has gone to the pits, so car 41, which is an AVI car, and he looked slow coming out of, if I've got my sums right, it looked like he was slowing out of that corner somewhere. There was a slight bit of contact between those two. And there he is in the pits. So we're under safety car. I would assume that we'll be back to greens at the end of this lap. Safety car lights are out. No more weaving. No more weaving, boys. That's what they say. And we've still got lots of weaving going on from Killen. And then we have a little bit of a gap behind the Gen 2 cars to the first two Gen 1s, which has now been bridged. We have seen multi-class cars, open wheelers, leave a bit of a gap for the sake of anything happening amongst front runners, but they're all quite happy. So we're going back to green conditions. At the end of the third lap, and it's McNeil, Killen, Dusk, the first three through. Top five are all Gen 2 cars as they head down towards turn 2. And now with a bit more warmth in his tyres, Killen, who was the pole sitter, might be the pole sitter, will be endeavouring to try and get those tyres working properly. So head down towards turn 4. Here they go. And already there's a little bit of a gap. Fitzpatrick still in front of Marold for Gen 1 honours, and they're split by Koko Tavovic in the Gen 2 car. And that's Georgia Morgan in car number 2. One of the Gen 2 cars. And fighting amongst Gen 1 cars there at the moment. Koko Tvovic is past Fitzpatrick, so we've got the top 6 now, Gen 2 cars. Just Morgan, who's currently running 9th behind the 2 front-running Gen 1s, which is Fitzpatrick and Marold. Wilson, Samuels, Stewart, Sue, Lane, and Hock, well, we already know is in the pits, so back out on track. And here's more passing going on amongst the Gen 1s, and be for the lead of Gen 1. Marold through on Fitzpatrick. So again, an unbeaten record might be held by Jensen Marold, although he won't have an unbeaten record in qualifying as of now. Of course, both classes have 2 qualifying together, but qualify twice. And there's 2 more races tomorrow, all of 25-minute durations from pit out to checkered flag. And we're halfway through this race on the 5th lap because of that early safety car. So Isaac McNeil continues to lead. He has about a half second, which is interesting because it was the other way around in qualifying. Gillen was actually half a second faster in the field. He only won in the 1 minute 30s, and looks like he just got the lead back then into turn 1. Car 13, number seems to be working for him, but certainly McNeil had the early pace on him in that first half lap. It could be all down to tyre pressures. May have went out on a little bit higher pressure. When it all starts to equalise and they start getting some warmth in it, Gillen is now back in front, and they've dropped Dusk off to a point as he holds down 3rd position. And it's pretty spread out, but this is where the battle is between the front running pair. And Gillen runs pretty wide out of turn 7. If anything, that's allowed McNeil to close up slightly. Not quite enough. The gap was 0.6 of a second at the turn 8, or just out of turn 8, where the second sector timing is. And Gillen really seems to have pace now, doesn't he? He should have pulled a little bit more as McNeil chases him across the track to keep in that slipstream, keep whatever toe he can. Takes a narrow line out of turn 1 while McNeil takes a wider line, and the gap stayed about the same to the start finish line, and I think it's about the same again here. Actually, it's dropped a bit, so he's pulled 2/10 back in that first sector of this lap. They may have potentially set their cars up slightly different, 2 different teams, and we've had a crash at turn 2. That's Samuels in the number 3, Jesse James Samuels. So we may have another safety car. It's a fair way off track. It's on the high side of turn 2 by the look of it. We'll possibly get a replay of that. But that car won't be continuing. It's got rear wing damage, possibly even some gearbox and rear suspension, but looks like it's gone in reasonably hard. Here we have a replay. We just duck back. Yeah, that's a fairly significant hit. So we remain green at this point. Gillen and McNeil separated by 0.7 of a second. Dusk trails them by 5.1 seconds now, with Burton in 4th position, Gotch in 5th, and Kakatovic and Marold fighting it out for 6th and 7th in 2 different classes. And Kakatovic in the number 44 leads at the moment, and Marold's got a fair gap on his Gen 1 rival in Fitzpatrick. But it's good that they've kept this race green at this point. So Morgan is in 9th position and the last of the Gen 2 cars running. Wilson in 10th, Stewart, Sue, Lane, and Samuel's out of business, of course, and Hoke trying to at least finish and get some points, which he will, as he should be able to finish the race. But so far the series is in Gen 2. Isaac Manel won the first 2 rounds. Noah Killen won the 3rd round, and we have gone safety car, which is to be expected. So there's a car ahead of them too. So interesting enough, they'll probably let that one go by, the safety car, to stay on the out of the way of any potential battle that may continue. And as I mentioned, Marold had won all 3 rounds of Gen 1 convincingly, but very tight in Gen 2, with Dusk finishing 2nd at the 1st and 3rd rounds, and 3rd at the 2nd round. So well in contention as well, with 3 major teams running in AGI Sport, Valenti Rosso Motorsport, and Tim Macro Racing all running. And it gives you an idea of the wind speed out there. It's the lake's got a fair wave on it, and the waving flag is even looking difficult to even hold in position. Been very strong winds today, not as bad as in Victoria, we believe, but and currently at about 17 degrees, but the wind is would knock a few degrees off that as well. Big thanks to our sponsors and officials, and if you want to become a Motorsport official, certainly get on to motorsport.com or .co.org, I should say, .org.au, motorsport.org/officials to get all the information it requires. It's the closest you'll get to motor racing without actually being in a car, and it's a lot cheaper. So this race remains under safety car at this stage. We've got under 6 minutes remaining. We should be able to get back to green before the end of it. It'll obviously be a quick lift pickup for the Samuels Miguel. So lots of tyre warming now to keep some sort of heat in these tyres with time running out. And Killen certainly came on strong once his tyres had come up to operating temperature. But McNeil got the better start, led early. It was just after that first safety car where Killen was able to get back on track, regain the lead from the pole position that he took. We'll now lead this one with what we hope will be a couple more minutes of racing to go, although they still haven't moved the Samuels car, and I think they may need a quick lift for that. Certainly some damage to the back of it. Or are they going to do a flat toe? They're on their 10th lap of this race. And the current points in Gen 2, McNeil leads the points with a round to go after this one, which incidentally will be back here in September. He has 177 points. Killen has 158, Dusk has 151, Imogen Radburn's not running this weekend, is in 4th place on 126. In the Gen 1 points, it's Marold on 235, Fitzpatrick on 141. One would suggest that Marold wouldn't have to do the final round and he would be the champion there anyway. Kobe Wilson's in 3rd, so it's close for 2nd and 3rd. Kobe Wilson on 147. Then we've got Diego Stewart on 90. Jesse James Samuels won't have helped his points. He was a point behind Stewart. Chloe Lane certainly is still in the fight for what will be probably 4th position. A couple others in the points that aren't running this weekend. So the way this is all sort of falling at the moment, we might finish this under a safety car or maybe 1 lap, which will be interesting. Let's hope we get a lap in. And the car is back in the pit, so we're under its own steam as it turns out. So obviously the damage is only rear wing wise and other superficial, let's hope. No major damage to that Miguel. So this lap will give us around about maybe 2 laps this stage, because it'll be 25 minutes plus a lap. And I dare say they may have been warned that there's no weaving behind the safety car. We did see a little bit of that on the last one. Guess you could just claim ignorance. Couldn't see it. There's a car in front of me. I couldn't see it. And usually the safety car lights will go out after turn 8 and before turn 9. I'm suspecting that the 25-minute mark will be after they cross the start-finish line, so we may get an extra lap. So definitely safety car in this lap. And the lights will be out as soon as it exits this corner. And the lights are out, and no one's weaving this time. Oh, someone's weaving in the background. It's a definite no-no, so there might be a few bit of wrist slapping going on in the background. So they all line up again to go with something like 25 seconds. We go green. And we start the 12th lap. So down to the line, everyone's chasing the snake across the track. Who pulls out first? Who can do anything? Can McNeil pull a pass on Killen and try and win this race? Dusk in 3rd, and he's been pursued by Burton. Down into turn 1, McNeil's had a bit of a lock-up, manages to control it though, and tries to slot back on the inside, can't quite do it. Killen holds on. He's been cool. McNeil is the one that's really putting the work in to try and do something about this. We've gone past the 25-minute, but we didn't do it till after the start-finish line, so we'll either have this as the last lap or the next one. So it's down to turn 6, and I think Killen's been able to weather the storm, so to speak, that McNeil might have thrown out at him. And similarly slow Dusk on Burton. Marold seems to have held off Fitzpatrick in the Gen 1 cars. So they come up to turn 9, through turn 9 up to 10. These two have been class of this field, and the checkered flag is out, so this will be the run of the flag, and Killen will be anxious to make sure that slipstream is breaking, and although McNeil's pulled out, and I think he's mighty... No, it's not the checkered flag. And that would have been an amazing finish had he done it. So Killen has managed to hold on. He actually crossed the line in front, but we were wrongly informed that the checkered flag was out, but it wasn't. So this will be the last lap, and will Killen line up? Well, now he's back in front. Will he be able to hold off McNeil? That slipstream is worth something, more so than what we've seen in the HQs when they've been trying to do it. Certainly works in these cars with their aero, limited aero as it is. But it'll be up to McNeil. Now he'll close right in again. Maybe he's not quite close enough. So out of that turn 8 up to 9 for the last time. Can Burton do anything with Dusk in behind as well? I don't think that McNeil's close enough on this occasion. Through 11, out on the straight, certainly not close as he was the last time around. And the checkered flag is out on this lap, and all that preempting didn't do us any good. As Noah Killen takes the win, Isaac McNeil in second spot, Harrison Dusk is third across the line, followed by Brock Burton, Nathan Gotch, and then the first of the Gen 1 cars, Jensen Marold, ahead of Andrew Fitzpatrick. Georgia Morgan in the Tatus Gen 2 car comes across the line in 8th. Then it's Kobe Wilson in 9th, Chloe Lane in 10th after that spin up at turn 11 early in the race. Koko Katokovic had a issue somewhere around the... in 11th, then it's Stewart in 12th, Sue in 13th, and Hoke managed to keep going, finished only one lap down after that pit stop, and unfortunately for Samuels, a DNF out of that one. There are the results there on the screen. We've got another HQ Holden Nationals heat coming up, and when that's on, we will be back.
Well, HQs are back. Boston joining you back in the commentary box alongside Gary, who's been holding the fort for the last couple of sessions. Thank you very much, Gary. Pumped to be back here for Heat 3 for the 2025 Osborne's Transport HQ Nationals right here at Sydney Motorsport Park. A mixed grid this time round for Heat 3, Gary, and from pole position once again is Brett Osborne alongside Luke Harrison, the bridesmaid, on the front row. Phil Ashland from Tasmania and Jared Harbour from New South Wales will round out the second row alongside Jack Harrison and Darren Parker. Jason Johnston and Warren Truen is your top 8. And your top 10, Chris Buckley and Pedro Marusic, both from New South Wales, rounding out the 10.
Yeah, just outside of 10, we've got Brock Maffey, followed by Mark Baxter, Amanda Saunders, Ty Gray, Todd Faulknell, Adam Leach, position 16, Derek Risley, Wayne Nichols, Ian McLean, Lawrence Marsh, Kurt Porter, Lee Lovering, Scott Andreska's not there, I believe, Brett Simpson. So we know what happened to Ian McLean because he was right up the front for a little bit. Brendan Healy, Dave Proglio at the back.
So not confident that Brendan Healy's going to start this race. There's a few news stories out of this one, Gary. So Brendan Healy's done a motor in the 222 hands-on first aid entry and not able to get that one fixed just yet. Now, Scott Andriski should be in this heat. What happened to him last time? So his first heat, he was sitting on the grass in there. You're not going to believe this, Gary.
What?
He ran out of fuel.
So early?
In his first heat. So he
had an excuse, did he?
He did, of course. It's never the driver's fault. So he had a braking issue, which they were trying to rectify in the pits. And when they got the marshalling call to head to their marshalling area, they were flat out putting the wheels back on. They forgot to put fuel in it, so that cost him a solid result in the race heat.
Now, what are we potentially seeing the top 4 for the final tomorrow, right here?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep. If I was a betting man, that's where I'd be putting my money. That's for sure. So the big hitters of Brett Osborne, Luke Harrison, Phil Ashland, and Jared Harbour. They're going to be there or thereabouts.
Well, 1, 2, and 4 finished 1, 2, and 3 at the last Nationals, and third place man there, he won the Nationals 3 years ago.
Yeah, that's right. Phil Ashland from Tasmania. He normally runs the number 2 this week. This weekend he's running 32 from Tasmania, the Howl Automotive outfit. He won in 2022 at Hidden Valley. And so 2023 was Brett Osborne in Queensland, 2024 was Brett Osborne in Tasmania, and 2025 yet to be decided, but make sure you're staying tuned on Blendline TV tomorrow for much more of this racing and in the 20-lap final at the end of the day. Actually, just after lunch tomorrow. And here we go. We're about to go racing. Brett Osborne alongside Luke Harrison on the front row. Harbour and Ashland on row 2, and there's some hard chargers further back in the field who wouldn't ordinarily be there. The green flag has been waved. 5-second board is out. Lights are on, engine revs are up, and we're about to go racing for Heat 3 of the 2025 HQ Nationals. A great start from Luke Harrison off the line. Might have actually got the jump over Brett Osborne there.
I think he has.
Further back in the field, Laurie Marsh from WA has had a cracking start as well.
Others filing through there. I think I've seen Pedro Marusic go through there. He got a penalty out of his last race, so he'd be keen to make that one up again.
So it was a great start from Luke Harrison, but it was Osborne who got a good secondary stage of the start, and he's out in front now, leading the pack of HQ Holdens. Don't they look spectacular? I said this in the last heat, but for Nationals, the guys really concentrate on the presentation of their cars. Immediately, we're seeing a battle between Phil Ashland and Jared.
Well, having a very good meeting. Darren Parker on the outside of someone going through turn 4.
This is going to the checkered flag, no doubt about it. Phil Ashland, Jared Harbour, they're fighting for position number 3. Harbour's always there for the fight for the podium, isn't he? And I did give him a little bit of curry about getting to second and losing it to Baxter in the last heat. And he said, close but not close enough.
Yeah, he'll take that on board and probably try and show you up before the meeting's over.
6 laps is the journey this time out. And Luke Harrison He's not giving this one away too easily this time. He's starting to put a bit of pressure on Brett Osborne, which Osborne predicted would come sometime throughout the weekend. And it's a couple of seconds back to Ashland, Harbour, Johnston, Marusic's in the mixers position. Warren Truan's, Baxter and Harrison. That's Jack Harrison rounding out the 10.
Yeah, I think Jack lost a couple of spots off the start after he's been pushed a little bit wide there at out of after coming from the rear of the field to fifth in the first heat. And look at this.
Look at that.
That's what you call side drafting.
Absolutely. Rubbings racing, I say, as Phil Ashland and Jared Hay, third position, takes that off Phil Ashland into turn 1. Can Ashland respond here in turn 2? He lines it up, goes on the inside. It's going to come down to the braking. Oh, lock up there on the front left from Phil Ashland. Gets him a bit wobbly. Harbour capitalises, but he's forced outside. Ashland up the inside now.
And Pedro Marusic and Darren Parker both Truan, Johnston, I should say. Truan still being behind him there. Harbour will have the run into turn 4, takes that position away. Look, and right behind him, there's some people we don't normally see this far up the front of the field, really putting in a good show.
Yeah, mixing it up nicely as Jared Harbour gets on there in turn 4. But Johnston's going to have a crack here as well. Or, sorry, that's Marusic. Pedro Marusic is going to have a dive. Then Parker looking to take a piece of that cake as well. He's in the 26 Geyser entry. The president of the New South Wales Club, who's done a fabulous job putting on the HQ Nationals this weekend alongside some others. Here on the battle between Harbour and Ashland, Harbour starting to ever so slightly skip away now.
Look at the lead that the front two have got. Osborne and Luke Harrison out there in front. 5 seconds they have already, and we're on
lap 2.
Yeah.
So lap 2, and Osborne and Harrison have been able to put 5 seconds on the rest of the field, as you said. Gary and Harbour, Ashland, Marusic, Parker, Johnston, they're all close together. Jack Harrison's coming into that battle now, and he's got a quick car. He went from rear of grid to the top 10 in his heat.
Yeah, he lost a little bit off the start of this one, so he's got to make that up. And, of course, when it's all so tight here, to get back to where you start can be could take you the whole race. And then you've got to try and move forward. And there's Luke Harrison having a look at Brett Osborne, and I think Brett knows he's got a battle on his hands, because I did see him early in the year racing, and in the end Luke got the better of him.
Yeah, absolutely. And so focused today to get that national title. He wants the number 1 on his door. In fact, I just interviewed him moments before I came up to our, and he was saying that he's by cleaners. It's going to come out tonight. But with any luck, he'll throw it away and be able to get by Brett Osborne here. But
you won't bother picking it up if he gets away with this.
Absolutely not. But the dominance of Brett Osborne in that number 1 Osborne's Transport entry just speaks for itself. He wins everything he puts his name to, and you just flat out beating the guy. The preparation of the car is spectacular as well. I was speaking with Brett about it. So the battle continues. That gap now 5.8 seconds to the rest of the field from the front two here. That's Brett Osborne and Luke Harrison.
Third position at the moment, Harbour, as he cleared out from, I think actually Phil Ashton's lost out 4th. Just seemed as though there was a red car. It might have been Pedro Marusic, may have got himself up to 4th position. Just barely seen that, but plenty going on back in the field as well.
Yeah, we're seeing a bit of a battle here between Leach and Lovering. So Lovering from Queensland as well, buying himself a ticket into the battle with Leach.
Adam Leach is one of the relatively newcomers to HQ Racing New South Wales.
Here we go again. Are we seeing a replay here, or are we seeing deja vu? Harbour on the inside, Phil Ashland on the outside, down into turn 2 now. They're giving each other the room.
Jack Harrison's come through the field as well. He's come
Hasn't
past,
he just?
He's picked off about 3 of them. And so what I alluded to earlier didn't happen.
On the
Pedro's
inside
actually
of Darren Parker, and he gets that move done. So that'll slot him up into 5th position now. Correction, no, it will be 5th because Pedro Marusic's fallen back as well behind Darren Parker. So Brett Osborne, Luke Harrison, Jared Harbour, Phil Ashland, Jack Harrison. That's your top 5. Wowee. Hats off to you, Jack Harrison, in the Sainty Engineering 73 HQ Holden.
one of them.
One of the 2, yes. Absolutely. Driving the wheels off the thing. Darren Parker, Pedro Marusic, Ian McLean. Good to see him back in the 10 after dramas in his first heat. Jason Johnston, Warren Truan rounding out your top 10. We're seeing the battle here now between Parker, Marusic and McLean. That's going to keep building throughout this race. Luke Harrison's reading part numbers on the back of Brett Osborne now.
He's not let him go, has he? He's been dog with a bone as far as sticking with Osborne. If anything, I think Osborne's got about 4/10 of a second, although that's just gone now. It's not 4/10 anymore. Watching him go through turn 11 on that occasion. Can he make use of that draft down the straight? And this battle for third has now become a 3-way fight, and there's a 4-way fight behind them for the next position. But you've got to say that the leading 2, and here
we go.
Harrison.
The move could be on here. If he gets a good run from the exit of turn 1 here, he can move it on the inside for turn 2. Harrison gets the nose up in front. Can he make the move stick on Osborne here? He's going to get it done.
Or is he?
Or is he? Respectful racing between these 2. And despite them battling side by side all the way through this race so far, they've now put 9.6 seconds on 3rd position. So they're side by side now going up into 4.
Yeah, Luke Harrison didn't get the cover of Brett out of turn 2, and it's allowed Brett to get back up on the inside where he needs to be for this next corner, and he's got that spot back. So the pressure's on, and Luke knows he's got a quick car. He can run with this guy that set the fastest ever time around here in a HQ earlier in the day in qualifying. Which stunned everyone, didn't it?
Absolutely. There was a bit of a wobble moment to go from Osborne on exit of the corner, and Harrison looked to capitalise, but he's now starting to just fall back ever so slightly as they come out of turn 7, down the hill into 8. Harrison's going to go the long way round. Not quite. Osborne is good, isn't he? He's a good operator. He knows exactly where to position the car in order to make sure Luke Harrison cannot get around him.
Well, I take my hat off to Luke as well, because he's seen what can happen. So now attack it differently. Maybe try and cover himself out of turn 2. He's right there now for a run down the straight. Maybe trying out of that double apex turn 2, try and get across the track, cover it off, which he failed to do on the last occasion. Here they go.
Well, down the Brabham straight, they're going to see the last lap board go out. 6 laps the journey, and you can see the battle in the distance for 3rd position between Ashland, Harbour and Harrison. Once more, we see Harrison look to make a move on the inside, but it's all about the exit from 1 here, up into 2. And not quite this time, although I might have spoken too soon. No, he's trying every way around it he possibly can.
He's going to try the outside and try and do the cutback.
Bit of a crisscross duck and weave.
No, not quite close enough for him.
But once again, Osborne knows exactly where to position that car as to not allow anyone by. He shows his dominance once more here at Sydney Motorsport Park for the 2025 HQ Nationals. A few corners to go on our last lap here. Harbour hanging on to 3rd position at the moment. No, he's not. As I say that, Harrison gets 2 positions. So he was able to get Ashland and Harrison at the same time.
This battle continues as they go through turn 6. Now, there's not much left for Luke to try and get past Brett. Maybe a move at turn 8 or out of turn 10, 11 and down the straight with the slipstream effect. So we're just waiting for the next battle. We've got to wait a while because it's
here it is here.
10
so
seconds.
It's Jack Harrison who got on by 2 positions into 3rd position. Then it's Ashland who's hanging on for 4th. Jared Harbour putting on the pressure. Darren Parker's there as well, able to get by Pedro Marusic once more. And that's going to go all the way to the checkered line. It's going to be a photo finish, no doubt.
And
So Jack Harrison, what a dominant drive from him, who's already put a gap on the rest of the field. As we come down the straight now to finish this race, Brett Osborne hangs on. The number 1 Osborne's Transport entry once more shows his dominance here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Luke Harrison just less than 3 tenths behind. The battle for 3rd is going to go to Jack Harrison. 4th position will go to Phil Ashland. Then Jared Harbour for 5th. Just
Pedro Marusic in 6th, just in front of Darren Parker. There'd be just a bumper bar in that one. Jason Johnston in 8th position. He dropped off the back of it. Dave Proglio picked up a couple of spots. He's into 9th, and Warren Truan rounds out the 10.
Scott Andriski across the line now, and then we've got a battle for 16th and 17th. And Lee Lovering brings it home for 16th over Adam Leach. Brock Matthew will bring it home in 18th. Derek Risley, who's come up this weekend from Tasmania, 19th. Wayne Nichols will round out the top 20. Now that's important because the repechage, even though we don't have the grid capacity of cars, is still going to go ahead. So the top 20 of points, they're through to the final automatically. 21 back, it will be set by the repechage. So we're going to go see a replay here. And here we go. So it's Wayne Nichols and Amanda Saunders. It sent her wide. So Amanda Saunders got sent, goes for a bit of a lawn mowing excursion.
And a nice, nasty big dint in the door.
Yeah, not ideal. No doubt the stewards will be looking into that one. But lucky we're just the commentators, and our viewers at home are sitting on the couch absolutely loving it. We hope you're enjoying all the coverage here from Sydney Motorsport Park for the 2025 Osborne's Transport HQ Nationals. And I'll tell you what, New South Wales Club know how to put on a show, and we're seeing some absolutely unreal racing so far. We're only 3 heats in. We've got 1 more heat to go a little later this afternoon, and we cannot wait. We're going to take a short break here on the coverage now, and we'll return for more HQ action right up after this.
Guys, thanks very much. We do this in HQ New South Wales. We do a pole position award every round, so we always really like to celebrate the success, and pole position is a big success, especially around this track. So I hope you guys all went out and had some fun in qualifying. Guys, so congratulations to all of you. Hopefully your qualifying was really good. Get some more experience around the track, so that was great. Just so all of you in the staters know, those times aren't normal. To do a lap record in qualifying is unheard of. So obviously everything was perfect, track conditions were great. It's an unbelievable time, and to have that many guys in the 150, guys in 57s, 58s, has never been seen in New South Wales before. So it's unbelievable. So thank you everyone again. But the reason why we're here is to award pole position. I want to thank you all our sponsors, obviously, again, for all you've done. Our pole position sponsor for this round is Equity Views Construction. So if I can invite Jeff Harbour out to present the award. Thank you, Equity Views. Give Jeff a round of applause. So as I said, guys, this time is unbelievable. 157.6 is absolutely unheard of around here. It's a lap record. Unfortunately, it has to be in a race to stand. But it's going to be very interesting to see how he goes in Heat 1. So for pole position for the 2025 HQ Nationals is Brett Osborne.
Well done, mate. Thanks, Darren. Thank you.
Thanks everyone. Like Darren said, that session was pretty quick. Shows by so many fast laps, not just mine, but the other boys that rode out those low 58s. It's unheard of. So thanks Jeff, and Darren for making reviews and sponsoring the final award that you do every round for us. Much appreciated. And for me, Osborne Street Sport, MIA, James, Jeremy, thank you. Can't do this without you. Holden Nationals, Trevor, we've been able to do it really well, mate. Thank you. Racing, we're up every round, so looking forward to Heat 1, and we'll see you all.
Awesome. Congratulations. Well done, Brett. Well done.
Well, we're making our way through the WA crew, and now we've come across El Presidente of Western Australia, Todd Faulknell, the driver of the number 24 Site Century HQ Holden. Hey, Todd, your big show next year in 2026. Looking forward to that?
Yeah, can't wait. Look, Darren's raised the bar, a high bar here at the moment in New South Wales. It's good, but yeah, we've got a lot of things planned. You want me to go through that with you now, or...?
I've got to keep it a secret, I reckon. You'll release it in stages. We're here for the New South Wales hosting the Nationals this year. You can go into a little bit if you want.
Yeah, I'd love to. Look, it'd be really good to get a lot of people over. That's why I'm trying to spruik it up a little bit. So we're planning at this stage to get it on the AFL Grand Final weekend. That's a long weekend in Perth. So we're going to have obviously the usual Friday, Saturday, Sunday racing. Monday going to be a driver's day for sponsors, family, pit crew. So that's something I don't think anyone has ever done before. Then you're going to have the week off to go and travel our beautiful state. Rottnest, Dunsborough, Busselton, Margaret River. Take yourself down to some wineries. Then the following weekend, guess what?
I reckon I know what you're going to tell us here. Here we go.
Collie. Yeah, Collie's a great little country track. Beautiful country town as well. So I'd love for everyone to come across, stay the week, bring the family. It'll be hard, but we'll do our best.
You can't wait for 2026. Meanwhile, we're here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Is it your first time here at this track?
Yes, it is. Can you tell?
And, mate, how's your Friday practice gone so far? Are you having a ball out there?
Absolutely loving it. The track's good. I'm probably slowing everyone up, but I'm slowly getting better and better. So hopefully, as the day goes on, and then tomorrow and by Sunday, I'll be front of pack.
Well, hot tip: don't lift through turn 1.
You've been watching, haven't you? I'm slowly getting there. So yeah, thank you for that. But yeah, it's good. It's just getting used to it. So yeah, thank you.
No, all good. Well, we're very much looking forward to the Nationals next year in WA, but in the meantime, go well here at Sydney Motorsport Park this weekend for the 2025 Nationals, of course, hosted by New South Wales.
Yeah, thanks, and thanks again to the hosts, Darren and the crew. They've put on a great show so far, so yeah, enjoying every minute of it so far. Thank you.
Well, welcome back to the Blendline coverage here for the Osborne's Transport HQ Nationals 2025 this year, hosted here at Sydney Motorsport Park. And we're here for the fourth and final heat of the day, where Matt Barker will lead us from pole position alongside John Baxter. It's an Osborne's Transport lockout on the front row. We'll get the grid up shortly, but the fourth and final, these guys have waited a fair while with a couple of enduro races in between for their second heat today, so no doubt there's a fair bit of angst to go racing. So there's your grid. As we said, Matt Barker and John Baxter on your front row. Chris Moll and Seth Matthew will go from third and fourth. Wayne Potts and Joe Andriski will come out of row 3. Ken Wright in position number 7 alongside Michael Howlett, who will round out the fourth row of the grid.
On row 5, Glenn Robson and Darryl Crouch. Then it's Peter Lynch, Wayne Healy, Ashton Parker and Daniel Gowdry on the next row. Mark Strawn and John Mahoney in position 16.
Coming out of 17th, Gordon McClay alongside Jeff Norman, the Queensland rookie, in position number 18. Troy Kent and Kane Robinson rounding out the top 20. Peter Marsh from 21, Peter Anderson from position number 22, representing the Northern Territory this weekend. Jake Deering will come out of position number 23, Dave Kent from position number 24. Now some earlier dramas for Glenn Deering. He's just replaced a motor, and this will be the first run on the motor. He was unable to start the first race this morning, so he'll start from position number 25. Darren Jenkins will round out the field. What a field this is. Fair few talented drivers in here. And we've got some buried in the order that we think will charge on through. Keep an eye out for Michael Howlett. Particularly keep an eye out for Glenn Deering from the rear of the grid. That's going to be interesting. You've got Joe Andriski in there from position number 6. Seth Matthew, another quick Queenslander from position number 4. Can he get to the podium at his first interstate national round?
For me, a side up the front, though, with 2 Osborne Transport cars on the front row, but not necessarily the same names as what we'd expect with Barker and Baxter. Normally it's Osborne and Baxter, the front 2 there at all New South Wales, or most New South Wales meetings. But certainly makes a bit of a change. And Matt Barker has been a winner in state level in the past, but has not run all that often, but when he does run, he does seem to be quite well up the field.
Yeah, absolutely. They're looking good this weekend, the Osborne's Transport outfit. There's a fair few of them, and they're all very quick. So what a stacked grid here for the fourth and final heat of the day, rounding out a Saturday here at Sydney Motorsport Park.
Just a quick run through what's happening tomorrow before we get underway there. You've got 2 more heats.
Yes, 2 more heats, and we're also going to run the repecharge. We don't have to, but the New South Wales Club has decided to still run it, that will form the order from 21 back. So there's 52 cars here this weekend. The top 20 in points after the 2 heats in the morning will go straight to the final, and then the repecharge will then determine the results from there. And then the final will be coming up after the lunch break tomorrow here at SMP, and we cannot wait for it. Mostyn Rudge here, joining you with Gary O'Brien for the Blendline TV coverage live on YouTube and Facebook. As we get set to go racing, the cars are in their grid positions just about, and we should see the green flag momentarily. There it is. Green flag on. Lights on. Here comes the noise. For the last heat of the HQs today, Barker v Baxter on the front row. And we're away racing. A great start from Barker. Baxter actually bogged it down just slightly, but he might get the advantage coming in. Matthew moves it over. So does the 23 of Mole. Matthew slots himself up into position number 2. He's on the inside of Baxter here coming up into turn 2. Great start from Barker, as I said. Matthew moves it across to block Baxter coming through. He knows if that Osborne's Transport car gets involved, it's going to be hard to get it back. Baxter finds his way up the inside. Matthew forced to the outside, high and wide here. Turn 2 done. On the inside for turn 3. Barker skipping away very nicely. You wouldn't want to be Seth Matthew sandwiched between the two Osborne's transport cars at the moment.
It was a great start from the outside of the front row. That is the preferred line, really, because that's where all the rubber is, and obviously he got good grip off the line, and that's why he's in front. But interesting that Maffey's able to get ahead of Baxter. How long that lasts, we'll have to wait and see. The Healy car going through there, the 111.
Yeah, it is indeed, and there's some good battles going on further back in the pack. You got Gowdry, Healy, Robinson, all having a nice little battle there. Robinson starting to read part numbers on the back of Gowdry there. Back to the front of the field. Look at all those HQs just pile through on the exit of turn 7 as John Marnie, the Victorian president, goes high and wide, stays out of the drama. Nice exit off turn 8 on the lead up into turn 9. It's Barker leading Matthew, then it's Max Baxter, Mole and Andriski. Joe Andriski's moved up as well to be in the top 5. Potts Howlett moves up a position as well into 7th. Wright, Crouch and Wayne Healy rounding out your top 10.
So number 4, Deering going through there. He expect would make up some more places as this race continues. Look at this, 3 wide down the straight.
Buckle up, put your seatbelts on, folks. We get a bit argy-bargy here from Baxter, who makes the move. That was a solid move on the inside of Seth Matthew. He had to be brave there, keep the foot down, and that's what he did. Have a look at Barker, relegated now to 4th position as Chris Mole makes a move up into 3rd to claim the final step of the podium so far on lap 2.
That was interesting. Baxter came out of last corner in front and now is in 4th position. It's marvellous how it can happen like that, and the fact that Maffey got bruised down each side going into turn 1.
Exactly right. Now, I don't want to get too scientific on you here, Gary, but it is a very windy day here at Sydney Motorsport Park, and Barker didn't have anyone to tow from, so that would have hurt him a little bit. And Baxter had a strong tow down the Brabham straight. Look at Glenn Deering just charging through the field as he's making up positions now from in position 13, so he's made up 12 spots on the first lap.
Some good, particularly from the boys of the local knowledge. They know how to pick their way through the field. We've seen that earlier with Luke Harrison. Now we're seeing it with Glenn Deering.
As we see Troy Kent from WA, the Western Australia Security Personnel car, make some moves here. Then we got Jenkins on the inside of Gowdry, I believe it was.
Plenty of action all the way down the field, and this dice continues, and
it looks like it's
sent it down the inside of Jenkins, gets that spot away.
It was Jenkins and Robinson actually, not Gowdry. So yeah, my mistake earlier. Too many yellow cars in the field.
Yellow and green ones.
Yeah.
They all went to the same paint sale. But as Baxter still leads the way, Maffey in second.
Yeah, 7/10 of a second over Matthew. That's just come down to, well, just under 7/10 here.
Chris Mole on the outside of Maffey into turn 1, tried to go around, but it wasn't going to happen. He's going to try and switch over the inside, I'd suggest. No, going to stay wide, and he's not going to cover himself because Barker's going to go down the inside of him into turn 2.
You can see a lot of rear mirror checking going on there into turn 2 as clean and fair racing so far from the front runners.
Joey Andriski moving in on this dice as well. He's the next one there in position 5 with Wayne Potts in 6.
And just in the last few corners, Baxter executing very nicely. That gap now is 1.2 seconds back to Seth Matthew. Barker hot on his heels though, reading part numbers on the back of the number 9 Race Tech Trailers entry. Chris Mole in the Command Digital Signage car having a good crack as well. And a big thanks to the Mole family and Command Digital Signage who have been a great help in the merchandise for the HQ Nationals this weekend.
Big supporters of HQ Racing in New South Wales. The top 4 have really sort of starting to get away a bit, leaving Joe Andriski on his own in 5th. So he's got no benefit of a tow, and if anything, those 3 cars behind him might benefit off his tow.
Yeah, so it looks like a battle between Wayne Potts and Michael Howlett. They're fighting for position number 6. An update on Glenn Deering. He's got another 2 positions, so Deering now in position number 11. 14 positions.
Actually, Wayne Healy might have picked up a couple of spots there as well, because he's just behind Deering as they come out of turn 11.
So Healy remaining on the cusp of the top 10.
And you can look at the 4 by 4 by 2 by 1 by 4 as they come down the straight.
You don't need the commentators to let you know your battle packs today, folks. Just have a look on the Brabham Straight here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Further back, you can see some moves starting to happen with, it was John Marnie.
Deering trying to go down the inside of Darryl Crouch, turn 1, and switches over, and we'll get in by turn 2.
A slight lock up from the front left there for Glenn Deering, but got the move done nonetheless. Then it's Crouch and Healy.
And, of course, Healy got done out of qualifying for being underweight, which he couldn't quite work out because he seemed to think there was a problem with the scales there, because when he put 20 litres of fuel in it, it went back well overweight.
And considering he just spent 3 or 4 weeks in America as well, he was very critical of the amount of food he ate whilst in the United States recently. So, bizarre situation in qualifying there for Wayne Healy.
Scales can happen
indeed.
that way, but the scales are the way you've got to go, unfortunately. There's a car off there, Deering.
No, that's Jake Deering, I believe. That'll be the number 5. Or is it the number 4?
It's Glenn Deering. Oh, 5. It is 5, sorry.
So that's
it's lost a wheel?
Yeah, it looks like it. It is on a weird angle, and we see the safety car. Boards
That's not
and
bad. It
flags
took
go
to
out.
4 feet for the safety car to emerge. That's not bad going for HQ Holdens. They're normally a bit rougher and tougher than that.
And hopefully we can get that number 5, I Got a Racing HQ of Jake Deering cleared up pretty quickly because we're 50% through the race. Here's the replay. Oh, he has lost the wheel. The wheel's gone for a bushwalk here at Sydney Motorsport Park, folks, and a green wheel at that. So easy to identify. Oh, that's unfortunate. They're having some gremlins today, aren't they, the Deering family?
Inside rear, which is weird for that spot for it to go that way. It might have bounced off the other side of the track and across. And here we are. We're all formed up now. So if we do get a race on lap, just completed lap 5, so this will be the last lap anyway, so it'll probably finish under safety car. Beg your pardon? 2 laps to go.
So we've just completed lap 4. We're on lap 5 now. So we'll probably be yellow this lap, and then fingers crossed we can go green for the last one.
Oh,
Isn't
then it
that
might
going to be on?
Yes.
Yep, I can't wait.
Mind you, with a car with a wheel off it, it's not going to be a flat toe.
No, it won't. But fingers crossed the team here can do what they need to do to give us one green lap as a commentator. And I'm sure the viewers at home and here trackside would love to see it. And while we have a moment, I'd like to say a very big thank you to, of course, the officials and marshals here this weekend. Who, without your services, we simply don't go racing. A lot of them volunteers. And we thank you very much for your support across this weekend.
Yeah, if you ever want to be a volunteer, it's the closest way to be at the track. You're closer than the spectators without having to actually own a race car.
So we're under safety car conditions for the first time in the HQs this weekend. It's Heat 4. And look, it's not a huge deal that we see the safety car, thankfully. It's not a huge incident. It's just Jake Deering that's lost a rear left wheel. Not ideal for the team, but still.
Gives them a bit of work tonight. They won't be the only ones. There's a couple of engine changes and whatnot happening. And typically there's maintenance to be upheld or continued.
Indeed, and our lovely producers here have put on the screen there the website you can visit if you would like to become a volunteer official for Motorsport Australia. That's motorsport.org.au/officials. Speaking of officials, you'll get to carry race car tyres. Yep. How good is that?
Can't get to keep it, though.
We just couldn't go racing without them, though, could we?
Indeed not.
Absolutely legends here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Let's go through your running order whilst we're under safety car conditions. John Baxter is leading the pack over Seth Matthew, currently in position number 2. Matt Barker in position 3. Chris Mole in 4. And Joe Andriski rounding out your top 5. Wayne Potts, Michael Howlett, Ken Wright, Glenn Deering and Crouch rounding out the field. And of course, that's Darryl Crouch. When I say a few names here, there's a lot of family members here as well. So I just had to double check which Crouch it is, and it's Darryl Crouch in the number 14. The Tyre Power Racing machine, and he is rounding out our top 10 here. So we're coming past the line for the last lap, which is very unfortunate because that means we're likely going to see the safety car finish here, unless they extend us and give us another lap. Who knows?
Well, they scheduled laps, so I dare say they probably won't.
Well, hopefully,
without putting a mocker on it.
Hopefully there's the commentator blessing and someone in race controls hearing us at the moment and can give us one lap dash.
I doubt if it'll even be picked up as yet, so unfortunately. But we have seen some of the strong names come through the field as we expected. Glenn Deering came up a couple of spots. The strong ones, so Michael Howlett from Western Australia, who's won several state championships over there. Wayne Potts is one that's probably doing the best I've seen him in HQs. Doesn't do a lot of HQ racing. He does a lot of Group S stuff, Datsun 240Z. But they're still picking this car up, unfortunately. Joe Andriski, one of the several Andriskis from Queensland that we always see around the sport, and they've been venturing out a little bit, been doing a bit of Aussie racing cars and TA2. So at least they know where their grassroots are and they know to come back.
Yes, I speak with the Risky Racing crew quite often, and they always tell me that no matter where they go and what they do, I mean, this year they've been in Belgium for the Spa 25 Hour in the Fun Cup series.
With THF.
Yeah, TFH. They've raced racing in the TA2s. They were pretty strong there at Queensland Raceway a few weekends ago.
Brandon Madden and Scott Andriski had a great run. They finished 9th in one race that I recall.
Yeah, within the top 10 for the weekend overall, so a fabulous job from them. But they always tell me that no matter what, they love coming back to the HQs, and they just really love racing them.
Look at the Harrisons as well. They've got Group N cars, but they still race HQs. So they've got a fleet of Group N Mustangs and Tiranas. So it's great to see them still want to be competitive in HQ Holdens.
Yeah, of course. Brett Osborne has a crack in the
Aussie
racing cars. So it's diversified field where the guys get amongst a few different categories, but they always come home to the HQ Holdens, which unfortunately today looks like it's going to finish under safety car conditions for Heat 4.
Big day tomorrow, though, with 2 more heats, the repecharge, and then 20 laps. That's going to be a marathon.
Now, keeping in mind as well that you essentially nearly double the amount of cars in the final, so 52 cars all going to plan will be...
It'll keep our director busy.
It will indeed, yeah.
It's going to be action all over the place.
It will
keep
be
us busy trying to figure out
absolutely
who to keep an eye on.
Speaking of the director, a big shout out to the team behind the scenes here at Blendline TV. They do a fabulous job to keep the coverage rolling for you at home. We finish under safety car, which is never ideal for the spectators, but no doubt John Baxter will be happy with that. He got into the lead and made a brave decision at turn 1 just before the safety car came out, which got him the chocolates there. Seth Matthew, for the first time in the National Series, will finish on the podium in position number 2 from position number 2. The podium from position number 4. Matt Barker will round out the podium. Now, Chris Mole will finish 4th. Joe Andriski will finish in P5. Wayne Potts, Michael Howlett, Ken Wright, Glenn Deering from the rear of the grid. 25th position up to 9th. And had he have a couple of more laps in green racing conditions, who knows what would happen. Matter of fact, something's happened to the timing just now because he's just gone from 9th to 13th. And Wayne Healy rounding out the 10. Unfortunate for Jake Deering, who lost the wheel there and was the cause for the safety car. nonetheless, the first 3 laps were very, very impressive, and that is HQ racing at its finest. That's all from me today in my commentary services for the HQs, because we go to our Nationals function tonight, and we very much
behave
look
yourself.
forward. Yeah, of course, yes, definitely. And
We've got a RX8 Cup, a 2-driver 50-minute race coming up. That'll complete today's action here on Blendline TV for Saturday. Tomorrow we do it all again, and we should be on air from as early as 8:30 a.m. and it's a 10-lap heat tomorrow.
Yes, can't wait. So make sure you get your backside, trackside, or in your lounge room where you can watch the Blendline coverage live on YouTube or Facebook tomorrow morning, where all the HQ action, including the Repecharge and 20-lap final, will be coming your way. You won't want to miss it. Thanks for having me. I've thoroughly enjoyed calling the HQ action today. Gary O'Brien will keep you updated from here with the 50-minute RX8 Cup Enduro. For now, we'll take a very short break and return as soon as the RX8s come out.
Mazda RX8 in the RX8 Cup out on track now for a 50-minute 2-driver event. We had 20 entered. There's currently, I think, 19 out on track. Unfortunately, Glenn Gamble won't be making the start. We did see him parked off track in the earlier race, and didn't show up any damage, but that's because we were looking at the wrong side of the car. The left-hand side of the car's taking a little bit of a beating at the back. Unfortunately, David Murphy's car dropped an oil line or something and caught out Gamble, who spun on the oil and hit a barrier. So he's out for the weekend, and here is our grid for the start of the race at least. Deanne Creel on pole, Rob Scott alongside him, then Aaron Hills, Jack Lauer, Stephen King, Grant Bray, Jack Childs, John Bower out of position 8, followed by the rest of them because it went too quick. Tom Donahue, Jason Noakes out of 10, Macy Place, David Grice, John Freeland, Zaki Wazir, Gary Lauer, Mark Wilkes in 16th. And Barley Scott, who we seen had a spin of early on, Manaf Prasad, David Murphy out of position 19 at the back of the field. Now, I think Bower finished a bit higher up, so there may have been a penalty of some description. And John Bow got a 5-second penalty out of the first race, as did Mark Wilkes. So that's why he's a little bit further down the grid. As I said, this is a 2-driver event for everyone that's out there now. And the pit window is fairly big. It starts 10 minutes in and finishes at the 40-minute mark. Time in entering and exiting the pit has to be at least 2 minutes. If you fall under that, you get penalised. These are the A drivers that are out there at the moment, from what I can see. And they're the ones that score the points. The B drivers or the co-drivers don't, but they'll have a lot to say in how this plays out. So all the cars are gridded up. We should have a green flag. We do. Just about set. And away they go. And it's Keel and Scott on the front row. And Scott has got the better of the starts. He pulls straight over to lead this one as they go down into turn 1. And actually Creel is going to lose out second position to Hills on the run down to turn 2. He'll try and come back on the outside. Actually he can't, because 83 has moved up into third spot. That's Jake Lauer. Car 80 gets a little bit out of shape going out of that corner. It's Maisie Place, but gets it back under control. She's running 3 cars here this weekend, and in her own words is helping out others as well. So all getting involved in it. There's Bow behind the 30 of Stephen King as they run up to turn 6. And already the top 3 of Scott, Hills, Creel have just edged away ever so slightly on the opening lap. Not sure how many laps we'll have of this, given that we've got pit stops involved. So it looks like Bow in 7th position at the moment. He has, as Lau loses a spot to Childs. There's a couple other moves in the field. Bailey Scott's moved up a couple of spots. David Murphy's moved up a couple of spots, and Wilkes is up a couple of spots as well. So a few of the ones that had trouble in that first race have now starting to progress their way up the order. But in the meantime, it's Rob Scott who'll be the first one across the strike on the opening lap. Aaron Hill's in second. Stian Creel looking to go down the inside, can't quite do it. And then it'll be Jake Childs, Jake Lauer, Stephen King, and John Bow will be the next one after that. You see a move there by Tom Donahue trying to get around the outside. No, around the outside of Jackson Noakes. Noakes second in the series coming into this round, behind Scott and ahead of Creel. So a little bit of work to do. An interesting side note to this race is that there's an award up for father-son combinations. And in this race there are 4 father-son combinations. David and Luke Grice, Jackson and David Noakes, Aaron and Finlay Hills, and Stephen and David King. So it's a real family sort of affair amongst 4 of the teams this weekend. So there's not a lot in it between first and second, with Scott and Hills separated by about 2 tenths. And I see JB's moved up a couple of spots. As Creel takes second away from Hills, and Bow got ahead of King to move himself up to 6th place. So a couple of changes back in the field. So they come around to complete the second lap. Fastest lap so far was Scott on the opening lap, naturally enough, because he's the first one to greet the flag. But he's got Creel right on the back of him now as they head down to turn 1. Pulls out of the draft and goes through, and thing wanted to wobble around a fair bit going through the corner, but he's held it together. And those top 4 come through. So Creel to the lead, Scott in second, Hills in third, and Childs in 4th position at this stage. And then that little bit of a gap back to Lauer, Bow, King, and Tom Donohue's just put Jackson Noakes behind him, and that's for 9th and 10th position in the race. Noakes there coming through in the 27 behind Donohue in the 69. The JRFS machine currently in 10th position. And trying to get back that spot he was relegated out of not long ago. Next car behind them would be Maisie Place in that green machine, followed by Bailey Scott, David Grice, David Murphy, then it's Freeland, Gary Lauer, Wazir, Prasad and Wilkes rounds out our field. Wilkes actually picked up a couple of spots, but looks like he's dropped them again. So come down to complete another lap, and Creel has edged away 1.8 seconds on that lap, and now Hills looking to pass Scott. Tried to slip down the inside of him. We'll get a better guess to that when we see the forward shot, and what a move. Wow. Got cut off on one side, but he's gone too hot into turn 2, and it's cost him spots. So tempted to go down the inside. That avenue was cut off, so he went to go to the outside and almost had it done, but unfortunately overshot the corner. So he's dropped a couple of spots. I think he's going to resume a little bit further down. So here's Bow putting pressure on Lau for position 4. And it should be a strong combination. John Bow handing over to Tom Shaw. Just to give you an idea of what some of the others are doing at the changeover. Stan Creel is handing off to Tyler Collins, who's been pretty quick in XLs. Different kettle of fish here with rear-wheel drive cars as opposed to front-wheel drive, but good drivers get around all that sort of stuff. Scott hands over to Luke Webber, who's been a previous winner in RX8 Cup races. And then Jack Childs, who's positioned in third, he hands over to Robert Bowden. Now, Robert Bowden's been racing in RX8s, also BMWs in a BMW series, so he's done the rounds. Now, Scott seems to be under pressure from Childs for third. Here's another three-way battle going on between Bow, Hills and King. Hills hands his car over to Finley Hills, who we father and son combination. And Bow goes to Tom Shaw, and Jack Lauer hands his car over to, trying to find who that is. Michael Hazelton, another previous winner in RX8 races. So some good combinations to jump into some of these cars. Lady Place, who's currently running 10th, she hands over to Robin Creel. Obviously part of the Creel family that's leading this race. and I think it might be her debut in the series. Right now we've got a battle in 2, and then this 4-way scrap going on, which is led by Jack Lau over John Bowe. Aaron Hill's trying to fight his way back. Stephen King's there. Then there's a little bit of a gap to Donahue and Noakes. And you can see up the top of the screen, Place and Bailey Scott in 10th and 11th spot now. Bowe makes a move on Lauer attempted to make a move on Lauer at turn 1. Didn't quite get it going now. Hills is lining up to put a move on Bowe. Try around the outside. Well, it didn't work before, so he probably wouldn't be trying it again. And opposite, following him a bit longer. He's been able to bridge that gap between, after he had that bit of an off, he's been able to get that gap back. So he's got pace. He's just got to now work it so he can get past without doing difficulty. But those who know the history of John Bowe, harder to pass than a $3 note. Very defined racer is John Bowe, has been and defies his age the way he races these days as well. Man is in his 70s. Former Bathurst winner, touring car champion, sports car champion, open wheeler champion, so he's done it all in the past and still very quick. It's Maisie Place in the number 80 all-girl team for this event, and she runs 3 cars and doesn't mind getting dirty. Oh, Fez Hills had a moment. He spun out of turn 9 of all places. You don't often see a car spin there. Gets it back underway, but drops a fair few places, so he's not having a happy run at the moment. That's the second off for that car and driver combination, and that'll certainly drop him well down the order. He now is outside the top 10 in 11th position. So the order after 6 laps, it's Creel in front, Scott second, Charles in third, Lauer in fourth, Bowe in fifth, then it's King, Donahue, Noakes, Place, and Bailey Scott in 10th. So Rob Scott second, Bailey Scott in 10th. They could have been a 5th father-son combination. Hills back to 11th, Price in 12th, then it's Freeland. Wilkes seems to be up and down the board a bit. He was last that not long ago, but he's up ahead of Gary Lau, Wazir, Bray, Prasad and David Murphy at the back of the field now. So there's been some sort of drama that he's quite a bit off that pace. And there must be a timing issue with Wilkes. That's why he fell down before. So he actually hasn't fallen down the field. And keeps rectifying itself, which throws us out here in comms. So there is the number 66 of Gary Lauer going through. And at this stage he's just in front of Wazir and Bray. There's the 15 again. That's Wazir. And he's under challenge here from Grant Bray in the 18. There's another 4-way dice going on, and looks like Bray has pace. He's just rounded up Wazir quite easily out of that corner, went around him and slots back in the line ahead of him. And rotary engine giving off through the exhaust. A nice little flame from Gary Lauer on that occasion. John Bowe's the first of the pitters. As we see 24, that's Murphy. He stopped. Where is he stopped though? Because this will trigger a whole heap of pit stops if that's the case. We're more than 10 minutes into the race, so pit window is already open. Apparently Murphy is in the pits. He must have come in the back way, so it hasn't registered on timing. So we're watching Gary Lauer and Bray going at it as they go over the tunnel and down towards turn 4. And they're just behind the car that just Freeland in the 43. That's John Freeland. Greg Boyle jumps into that car, the 43. Greg Boyle, who's been racing in sports sedans and the whatnot in a 4-wheel drive Nissan Skyline. Bit of a chop and change for him. And someone very wide out of turn 7 there. That was Gary Lauer. And it's got him back on the inside of Bray into turn 8. And 15 was there. He hands over to Mitchell McGarry at their stop. 2 more in. Jack Lauer's in. Stephen King in. Maisie Place in for her stop. So quite a few of them doing the early stop, because you're just not quite sure sometimes. And JB handover was in 2 minutes and 5 seconds, so well within the requirement. In other words, it didn't blow the 2 minutes. So there's 3 of them in the pits. Wazir comes in for his stop too. So a fair few of them opting to pit early. But Creel at this stage has a 6.1 second lead, about 7/10 from Scott back to Charles in 3rd, then it's Donahue 4th, Noakes 5th, Hills, Scott, Grice, Freeland and Gary Lauer out of the top 10. Jake Lauer already having pitted. So just keep an eye on the times, make sure no one comes out or shortcuts that stop. As you can see that they've all got the watches out. Ideally you want to time it so that your transition time is subtracted from your actual stop time. So you work out what the transition time is and then you plan your stop to be whatever the difference is there to 2 minutes. And there's 4 cars in the pits at the moment, and I think it should be the car 83 and 30 should come out about the same. So car 83 came out at 2 minutes, 0.33 of a second. Place came out, or with Robin Steele in the wheel at the wheel 2:02 and 2:12 for Stephen King, who handed over to David King. So a bit of a slow, but 2 minutes, 0.3 of a second. That's a good stop. That's where you want. That's perfect. You wouldn't want any better than that. Prasad now in the pits. Wazir still there. It's gone 2:07, 2:08. Still hasn't emerged from the pits. So it's a slow stop for Wazir. We'll drop him to the back. 2:17.77 for them. Still no sign from our leaders, but being well in the fight for this championship, you'd think that they would leave it as late as possible, given that the points are a priority, even though they've got good co-drivers with them. So of our pit stoppers, at the moment it should be Jake Lauer and Michael Hazelton. It should be the leader. Prasad in car 82 to hand over to Brian. They've got a name change there. Thinking that it should be Toby Donahue or Brian Place, according to our notes. Bailey Scott now in. Bailey Scott in car 44 will hand over to Chris Sutton. Chris Sutton's certainly knows his way around. He's raced in production cars in an Evo, he's raced TA2, and I believe that he's putting final touches on a BMW to go back to racing in production touring and Australian production cars. So Prasad's now got the pit out of the way and out in 2 minutes 0.8 seconds. So that's another great effort from them, that team. One of the Macy Place entered cars. And I don't know if we're going to get an update on who's in the cars when they go out. It's still showing up the original drivers' names, so that'll be a mystery we'll just have to live with for the rest of this race, I think. So only Bailey Scott in the pits at the moment. We're assuming that Chris Sutton will jump on, and we'll go with that until someone tells us otherwise. So it's still Dan Creel who leads this race. 7.4 seconds he leads over Rob Scott, with car 99 in third position, Jack Childs. And some really handy co-drivers going into those three cars. Car 69's in fourth position at the moment. That's Tom Donahue. We'll be handing over to Jet Blumitz. Blumiris, I should say. My apologies. And then it's Jackson Oaks handing over to his dad, David. Aaron Hills in car 73. If he keeps it on track, we'll be handing off to Finley Hills. And there looks like the car 8 has just put a move on car 80. That we assume will be Tom Shaw passing Robin Creel for position. And Tom Shaw is a former series winner in this category. And he runs with Wazir in production cars these days as well. So, and does all the media for RX8 Cup. And his father, of course, Rick Shaw, really needs no introduction at all. Been involved in racing for many, many years, both nationally and internationally. And a lot of that time in rotary-powered cars. So, a couple more racing here, 15 and 82. That'll be Mitchell McGarry, and we're assuming Toby Donahue might be in the other car. As I said, we don't get an update on who's in what. Grant Bray in the pits in the number 18, and he'll be handing off to Adam Burgess, who's another well-known name within production touring ranks. A previous winner of, outright winner in state rounds of the New South Wales Production Touring Championship. Another well-credentialed driver to join the ranks, as we can see another car coming into the pits now on screen. And that's David Grice. Car 2, handing off to Luke Grice. As we see someone else having an excursion off the top of the track. Not a bad one. I think that was the Wilkes Phil Alexander car that went off there. So Phil Alexander so is set to jump into that car. It's Wilkes at the wheel at the moment. And Raceway Track Time runs cars in multiple categories around the country through Phil Alexander, who's another that's been around a long time, and we see a replay of that car just going a little bit wide out of turn 10 and giving the lawn a bit of a clipping in the bargain. So we're coming up towards the halfway mark of this race, and there's the Bailey Scott car, which of course now has Chris Sutton at the wheel, we believe. So we've got Grice and John Freeland in the pits at this stage for their stops. Creel goes through that gap, 7.8 seconds on Scott. Giles is still right with him. He's only a second behind him. So that's been close. There is car 22 on screen. That's Stan Creel. Tyler Collins, as I mentioned before, will step into that car. Be interesting to see time-wise how close they are as well. It's a Mazda Alexandria car you see, and apart from being third early, has got to lead fairly quickly and has gone away to a handy lead, and probably more desperate for the points than the others because he's currently sitting third in the standings, some 19 points behind Scott and only 3 points behind Noakes. Grant Bray's in fourth spot. He's a further 45 or so points back. Aaron Hill's in fifth. Tom Donoghue in sixth. Stephen King, Bailey Scott, Glenn Gamble, unfortunately not racing this weekend now because of an accident, and Maisie Place runs in 10th, so she might pick up a couple of positions out of all this. So long stop for the Grices, up to nearly 3 minutes, and the Freeland car, the 43, has been in there quite a while as well, so with Greg Boyle going into that one. And now we've got one of the race front runners coming in. Did catch someone there near the entry. And well over 3 minutes for Grice and Freeland. They have not emerged from the pits as yet. So there's obviously been some sort of drama there that we can't quite see from here. Which is a shame for the co-drivers as well, and particularly the Grices, because they would have been in running for the father-son award. And here's now it's interesting that Robin Creel is ahead of Tom Shaw. We did see a pass there a while back, so that position's changed. As they thread their way around, leaders have completed 13 laps on their 14th at this stage, and still no sign of the top six making a way to the pits. Leading car of the lap cars of the pitted cars, I should say, is Gary Lauer. No, he hasn't pitted. He hasn't pitted as yet. It's Jake Lauer that I should have referred to. He's the one that leads from the Bauer Shaw car with Place Krill next, then King will be the next one through. So here's this battle continues. These two, they've swapped positions a few times now. Shaw again gets in front of Creel, Robin Creel that is. Of course, with a 2 minute minimum stop, it does mean that they go down a lap. So you've got lap traffic to deal with as well. And I think the 53 of Phil Alexander, Mark Wilkes will be one of those cars. But Wilkes hasn't pitted, so they're just getting that lap back on it. So we're basically at the halfway mark. 24 and a half minutes elapsed and less than 25 and a half minutes left to go of this race. So we'll get a fair idea when the leaders come in. One would assume, though, with a lead that he has, that Stian Creel will continue to lead. He has a 7.8 second advantage at this stage. But as we've seen with some of the stops, and still the number 2 and the number 43 car, the Grice and the Freeland Boyle cars have not re-emerged from the pits, which effectively takes them out of the running, and they wouldn't be far from moving down the pecking order in this race. So that lead is showing up. Now it's interesting that what the timing's doing, because it's dropping a couple here and there as well. Okay, so we've got an update on the timing. Mine was showing 7.8 seconds, now 10 seconds. Stian Creel over Scott is 10 seconds, and Hill's now in third spot with, I would suggest that Charles has dropped back, and because it hasn't done a stop, but it's showing up as dropping back. So some weird stuff happening with the timing. You have to bear with us on that one. So we see the 66 getting past there, getting out of the way. That's Gary Lauer, who is yet to pit. He's in 5th position on the road. And there's the 15 of Wazir. So the Grice car is back out, as is the Freeland car. So there's been a bit of weirdness going on there. So at the moment we've got Hills. Okay, first of the front runners to bite and take the pit stop is Aaron Hills. Car number 73 comes in. He'll hand over to Finley Hills. So where will they pop back out? We'll soon find out, because with their stop, they're 2 minutes or 2 minutes plus, and the gap back is about 1.3 laps, they say, but that's all time certain, of course. But there were some really quick stops from some of those early ones that took that option. We're just wondering if the later ones can do it as well. So Creel, Scott and Noakes are still out there, still circulating. 27 seconds covers the three of them. And they're going to run long, one would assume, or they're hoping for a safety car. If they get a safety car, it's a bonus. So far it's been safety car free. Robin Creel goes through, and the next car behind her is car 30, which is Stephen and David King, which would be David King at the wheel. That's the Boyle Freeland car. They're next on the road, but that could be jumbled about. Rob Scott into the pits. Car 1 has come in. He's elected to come in at the end of lap 18 to do that stop. and this will be fairly crucial. So with car 1, we'll see Luke Webber in the car, and when car 22 comes in, it will be Tyler Collins taking over that one. And of course David Noakes in for Jackson Noakes when he pits. So Jackson Noakes just moves to second position. They've got about 5 3/4 minutes to get their stops done before the window closes. Closes at the 40-minute mark. Stian Creel came into Racing Mazdas at Bathurst this year, first time in the car, and then has competed in the series which has run Phillip Island, Winton Motor Raceway, where he won both those rounds, won 7 of the 8 races, and then 2 more races at the June 21 meeting. And now Stian Creel comes in 1 lap later. So this will determine who comes out where. That should put Gary Lauer in the lead momentarily, unless he decides to pit, because he's the only one that hasn't come in as yet. Jackson Noakes hasn't come in, but he has just arrived now, so he's taken the option at the same time as Creel. He trailed by 28 seconds or plus, but now they're in the Scott. So Rob Scott got out in 2 minutes, 2.39 seconds. So we can just now see where they'll be, and we'll get a better idea because once the laps are completed, we'll know exactly how far apart they are as well, in what will probably be about 13 minutes of actual running, 13 to 12 minutes of racing. And will we see many in the way of changes over the concluding stages? So at this stage, and Gary Lauer decides to take his stop. So that means the field will be cleansed of stops, and already we have seen Tom Donahue back in again, second stop. So a drama for the number 69 car, which is Donahue and Bloomis in that car. Unfortunately, as I said, we don't have an update on who's at the wheel, but I'm only assuming that that's what it is. So Creel back out in 2 minutes and 3.56 seconds. So a little bit slower than Scott, but still should be in front of him on the road. Because it was only about a second the difference. And I'm suggesting that the 69 has got an issue to be back in for a second stop. Noakes out in 2 minutes 5.3 seconds. And the only other one in the pits is Lauer, who will drop well down the field, I would imagine, was towards the back of the field. But now we should have after this next lap, which we're on lap 20 now. At the end of this lap, we should have a fair idea where everyone sits on the road. So at the moment, it looks like it's the Creel machine will be in front, that's for sure. Creel and Collins, but by about how much over second spot, which is showing at the moment to be car 99, which is Childs and Bowden, with Scott and Webber in third spot. Fourth will be, we think, we'll wait till the end of the lap. That'll really determine where we all sit in the order of things. So it's been a game of strategy, a race of strategy with some changes in the order because of the pits, and Robin Creel trying to find a way around traffic or make up positions, currently sitting in position 9. Okay, so we've got a little bit of an idea. Car 22, which is Creel and Collins, lead by 9.9 seconds over Charles Bowden. Then it's Scott and Webber in third spot. Jake Lauer and Michael Hazelton in fourth, and John Bauer and Tom Shaw in fifth. Sixth position at the moment is car 30, which is a Stephen and David King entry, and then it should be David Noakes and Jackson Noakes. Then it's Aaron and Finley Hills, and in 10th spot the Robin Keel and Macy Place combination, and with the Grices in 10th, Wazir and McGarry in 10th, that's right, 11th, sorry, Bailey Scott and Chris Sutton in 11th position, etc. So the lead is just actually gone out a little bit more now, but interesting race here with Robin Creel has proved to be quite quick in these cars. She's doing a great job there. Just looking at her times up, currently in 8th and lapping just a fraction off the fastest times currently being put down. And she does the move there to get past the 73. That's Hills. So just under 9 minutes to go in this race. It's 22 of leading. Pretty much once they got to the front, this car's pretty well dominated proceedings and has been able to get away to a substantial lead. But the mover out of the stops was the Jack Childs Racing entry of Jack Childs and Robert Bowden. Have moved themselves into second position, although they've only got about a 1.7 second advantage on Scott and Webber, and they're actually not all lapping about the same time. The fastest lap at the moment is car 83, which is Hazelton and Jake Lauer. They're in fourth position and they trail, well, very close. So there's a good scrap going on between second, third and fourth, and the Bauer Shaw cars another 9 odd seconds further away. So could be interesting. Cars 99, 1 and 83 putting in a close contest to determine who will be the top three. And there they are on screen as we can see them by the look of it. So there's 99. There's car 1 coming through, and they've just slapped the car as well, and the car in the background will be 83. And it goes through, so they just put a lap on the Wilkes Alexander car. So this has closed up these three, particularly the latter two of them, because there's the Scott Webber car going over the bridge, and behind him will be the Hazelton, now that he's taken over from beg your pardon, Bowden taken over from Childs. Is in second position. Then it's the Scott entry that was second when they did their stops. 83 of Hazelton, who took over from Jake Lau, is the next one there. So will there be a position change between these two? Because it looks like Giles has eked out a bit of an advantage. It's out to 2.4 seconds, but only 0.8 between these two. And that's Luke Webber and Michael Hazelton. I think Michael Hazelton was a real contender last year in this series. I'm not sure whether I know that one round here they did an engine on in one race and really put their plans behind, but he's certainly looking to make inroads to get past now. Really closed up and had a bit of a look there too, but then opted out of it and slips up the inside. Door shut, couldn't get through. Both have been winners in this class, so they both know their way around, and actually Webber managed to pull a bit of a gap. Important criteria, I guess, at the moment is Creel improves his point standing. Maybe he goes from third to second. I think he probably will, because Noakes entry's back in 9th position, so that'll change. But the gap between third and first is 19 points, and you get good point spread. You get 30 for a race win, and I assume that still applies for this. He's had a win already today, so this could put him either in front in the points or very close to it. This race now winding down. It's interesting. It's a race of strategies, as one would expect. And here's another little scrap going on between the 30 of King and the 80 of Creel, and this could be a strong result for the girls, the only all-girl team in this race, and currently running in 7th, and very much knocking on the door of a 6th. The car in front of them is a lap car, and this battle continues, and I think Hazelton's got the advantage out of turn 3 and has moved up to position 3, so puts Webber back to 4th. They've been lining that move up for a little while and finally got it done. As this race winds down, we're on the 25th lap, and the gap between first and second is 9 seconds. There's a further 3 seconds back to third spot, and that's been pretty close between those two. And here's see the move where it happened. He went for the outside move and made it stick. Normally you might not come out of that one in front, but he kept enough of the car up alongside the number 1 to get the move done. And we've got one with trouble here. Is that it's car 18, I think. That's the Grant Bay Adam Burgess car in a little bit of trouble. It was it came through in 18th position, so drama's there. The 69 hasn't returned as yet. It's been in the pits for over 12 minutes, so they've had some sort of issue with that car and it won't continue. And the David Murphy car is out as well. That was a car that he was going to share with Constantiniu, which is lucky because I would have had trouble saying that name on several occasions. Yeah, I think that car came in the back gate at turn 4. So here, this is battle for position between these two, 6th and 7th. David King and Robin Creel fighting it out. And there's only a second between Hazelton and Webber too, so Hazelton hasn't simply driven off. Car 2, that's Grice, followed by car 44, which is Boyle, but I think 44, yeah, it's in position. So we had a timing glitch there at one stage where it was showing in the pits and apparently they weren't. So this is for position 11, just outside the 10. They won't get to 10th. David Noakes currently in 10th. And the checkered flag should be out, and I think we missed the leaders across the line, but it's been won by car 22. That's the Stian Creel Tyler Collins car with an advantage of 10.32 seconds over second place car 99, Jack Childs and Robert Bowden, while still battles go on down the field. Third place, car 83 was... we're just hearing that they've withdrawn the checker flag. They showed up as the race had finished, but apparently it hasn't. Must be on their last lap now. Timing had closed off the race as well, but now it's gone green again. So again, we'll try and catch where the leader is. We assume that he must be on his final lap now. There is car 22 coming through, Alexandra Mazda. Entry of Stian Creel and his co-driver for this event in Tyler Collins. And what the lead driver did, the co-driver did exactly the same. Stayed constant, and once they got the lead, there was no looking back. So they come down to take the checkered flag. A little bit of a celebrationary weave as they come down the straight. And pretty much daylight to second, which will be car 99. Oh, this battle is still going on, and on the last lap, it looks like Robin Creel has actually got past car 30, David King. No doubt he'll try and fight back in the run to the checkered flag. So that was for position 6. The rest of them have come across the line, and David King looks to have a shot at her coming out of the top corner. And we'll try and get the slipstream pass. Gets right up close, and for a close result after 50 minutes of racing, doesn't get much closer than that. They come across the line. Next two after that will be the Hills car 73 and car 15 of Wazir and McGarry. So they come in 9th, and then it should be David and Jackson Noakes, who will come across the line just in front of car 44, which is Bailey Scott and Chris Sutton. So there was a bit of a dilemma with timing there for a while, even a false finish. But all in all, I think the way it's turned out, it's been a pretty good race. Livens the championship up, it certainly tightens up the leading two. That's it, all we have on offer today from Blendline TV. We'll be back bright and early on Sunday morning with the first race of the day being the next heat, Heat 5 of HQ Holdens. There'll be another heat, Heat 6, not long after that. And then we've got RX8 Cup, HQ Holdens again for the repechage. Formula 4 Australia, or AU4, will have their second race just before lunch. and then we go through the finales. HQ Holden's Nationals final at after lunch, a 20-lapper, and then we've got a final race for AU4 and another 50-minute race for RX8 Cup. So from everyone here at Blendline, for all the motor racing officials and for those at the track, have a safe trip home, and we'll talk to you tomorrow.